Good morning. I'd like to welcome everyone to this proceeding today, where we will be conducting the annual review of base rates for fuel cost of Duke Energy Progress, LLC. And I will ask our attorney, Mr. Stark, to read the docket, please.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Madam Chairman and other commissioners, we are here for the proceeding in docket number 2020-1-E, which is the matter of the annual review of base rates for fuel cost of Duke Energy Progress, LLC. This hearing has been scheduled for June 9th, 2020 at 10 a.m. Madam Chairman, due to public health concerns, this proceeding has been scheduled to be conducted virtually. I understand that our technology is fully functioning. Otherwise, our docket is in order.
Thank you, Mr. Stark. At this point, I would like to take the role of the commissioners so that we can have that on the record. Commissioner Howard.
Here.
Commissioner Irvin.
Here.
Commissioner Whitfield.
Here.
Commissioner Hamilton.
Here.
And Commissioner Belser's here. I would note that Commissioner Randall is on sick leave today, and Commissioner Williams is still serving our country, and so we all try to remember him daily, please. Let's take appearances from the parties now. Duke Energy Progress, LLC.
Good morning, Madam Chairman and members of the Commission. Thank you for allowing us to conduct this hearing virtually this morning. For Duke Progress, I'm outside counsel Sam Wellborn, and with me making her first appearance with the Commission this morning, albeit virtually, is Katie Brown, who's in counsel at Duke Energy.
Thank you. For Coastal Conservation League, Southern Alliance for Clean Energy, and Upstate Forever.
Good morning, Madam Commissioner and members of the Commission. This is Bland Holman, and with me today are my colleagues Kate Lee and Kurt Eversbach. Mr. Eversbach will be presenting for us today.
Thank you, Mr. Holman. Welcome, counsel. For Nucor Steel.
Good morning, Madam Chairman, members of the Commission. Rob Smith, and I'm joined by Mike Lavenga.
Thank you, counsel. And for Office of Regulatory Staff.
Good morning, Madam Chairman and members of the Commission. Chris Huber and Andrew Bateman here for the Office of Regulatory Staff, and Chris Huber will be presenting for ORF. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Wellborn, I believe you had a matter.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Chairman. There are just two quick procedural issues that I'd like to raise to the Commission this morning. While we had filed a joint motion that would have stipulated the testimony that was pre-filed in this case, due to the procedural timeline, that motion was filed before rebuttal testimony had been filed and before the Commission had made its decision for witnesses to present their testimony. In a few instances in Mr. Lander's rebuttal testimony, he discusses items that, in our view, the company needs to dispute or address in its rebuttal testimony, and then goes on to expound on his views of those issues. Now, given that we're presenting live testimony this morning, there's a concern not only with his pre-filed testimony, but also with the chance that he may go into further details on those issues with no response permitted for the company. Our position is that the regulations and laws applicable in this state allow a party to address in rebuttal testimony only that which was addressed directly in rebuttal testimony, and that it's not an opportunity for a party to provide supplemental direct testimony. Since his rebuttal testimony was filed just a week ago, we've not had an opportunity to file a motion to strike, particularly since the regulations of the Commission require that motions be filed at least 10 days prior to a hearing, and because the format of this hearing and the appearance of witnesses was in question before. So, nevertheless, we would at this time raise our timely objection to that testimony, and we would ask that the Commission strike the following from Mr. Lander's rebuttal testimony. And if you're prepared, and if Ms. Weed is prepared, I'll read those page and line numbers now. At page 2, starting at line 5 through line 19, This is a discussion of the utilization of short-term capacity, and our witness did not address that issue in rebuttal because, in honesty, he doesn't think it's relevant to this case. The next area is page 3, line 12, through page 4, line 13. And that issue relates to a discovery issue that's legal in nature. We addressed it in a cover letter filed by Ms. Katie Brown, counsel for DEP, but it was not addressed in Mr. McClay's rebuttal testimony. And so on those two issues, we would ask that the commission strike that testimony in rebuttal. And if the commission's not inclined this morning in this moment to rule on that motion, then we would request the ability to address the issue in a post-hearing brief, and also to recall our witness, Mr. McClay, should Mr. Lander go into detail on those issues on the stand.
Mr. Holman or anyone from, say, CCL, Upstate Forever, do you want to respond?
Yes, Madam Commissioner, this is Kurt Ebersbach. I'll respond. First of all, I don't think the testimony that's being referred to is supplemental. It refers back to Mr. Lander's direct testimony and is simply pointing out one area where the company didn't respond, at least as regards the short-term capacity utilization issue. So it's not as though Mr. Lander is injecting some wholly new information into the record. He's simply pointing out that the company didn't respond to one aspect of his prior testimony. And even if the commission were to strike that part of it, that testimony would still be in his direct testimony. So I frankly don't understand the point of the objection, because the point he makes about short-term capacity utilization would still be there in connection with the direct testimony. Secondly, with regard to discovery, that is something that is addressed in the rebuttal testimony, and I'm going to be getting into through cross of Mr. McClay this morning. The discovery is a huge issue because we sought information, and the company provided information they now say was unreliable, and they then relied on other information in the rebuttal testimony that apparently was never provided. So that really goes to the heart of one of our central contentions in this case, and for that reason, the testimony shouldn't be stricken. However, if the commission is going to go down that route, I've noted a part of Mr. McClay's rebuttal testimony that, likewise, I think, goes outside the bounds of what's permissible in terms of rebuttal. So if the commission would hear it, I would make a similar motion to strike a portion of Mr. McClay's testimony.
Okay. Let me come back to you. Mr. Welborn, please state the part about the discovery, because doesn't Mr. McClay on pages 17 through 19 discuss the discovery and procedural matters raised by Mr. Lander?
He does discuss discovery issues to the extent it's information that's requested by Mr. Lander, but he does not address the specific discovery issues addressed by Mr. Lander in his rebuttal. So it's a distinction in our view that while he addresses that particular piece about the information that's provided, for example, in data request 1-7, he doesn't address the broader issue referenced by Mr. Lander in his rebuttal testimony.
Could you be a little more specific? I would appreciate some specificity to exactly what your motion is stating, please.
Yes, Madam Chairman. Give me 1 second to get his testimony up in front of me, if that's all right. Yeah, so in Mr. Lander's rebuttal testimony on page 3, beginning at line 12, he discusses hourly burn flows at generator stations and his ability to analyze the data as compared to the rebuttal testimony provided by Mr. McClay. Mr. McClay references the specific responses provided to Mr. Lander, but not these other items that Mr. Lander addresses or requests which go outside of what was provided in discovery.
So that's the specifics of your motion. We're going to take this under advisement and we'll rule on it in the final order, but I just want the motion stated with specificity so that we are narrow in the scope of what you're asking, as narrow as possible.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And I can refer back to those pages and line numbers to the extent it would be helpful to have those clearly in the record. But again, we can do.
I think that it would be, if you don't mind.
Yes, Madam Chairman. So the first instance relates to that short-term capacity utilization issue. It begins at page 12, line 5 through line 19. And then the second piece is page 3, line 12 through page 4, line 13. We'll flesh out the details of that in our post-hearing brief.
Thank you. Now,
and there is
sorry, you said page 12. Did you mean page 2 regarding the short-term utilization issue?
Excuse me, yes. Page 2, line 5 through line 19. Sorry about that. Thank you.
Got it. Thanks.
thank you, Mr. Wellborn. Now, Mr. Ebersbach.
Yes, thank you. The portion of Mr. McClay's testimony that I'm referring to, well, first of all, the stated purpose of Mr. McClay's testimony, only one of them is to respond to Mr. Lander's testimony recommendations. The other stated purpose is to provide additional background on the company's management of natural gas supply and transportation capacity. Now, to be fair, a lot of that background does support their rebuttal testimonies, their rebuttal points. I'll acknowledge that. But at least in one instance, I think it goes beyond in a way that should be stricken. And I'm specifically referring to page 7, lines 12 through 15. And that's where Mr. McClay talks about how firm transportation allows the companies to procure lower cost natural gas in zones 3 and 4 and bring it into zone 5, where that zones 3 and 4 supposedly have lower gas prices, and firm transportation allows the company to bring it into zone 5. That particular point is not responsive, in my view, to any of Mr. Lander's testimony.
Mr. Wellborn, do you want to be heard?
Yes, Madam Chairman. So Mr. Lander discusses the amount of firm transportation capacity utilized by the company, and that's directly, this is directly in response to that issue as raised in Mr. Lander's direct testimony. It relates to how the company obtains its capacity, the constraints, the operational constraints that it faces as related to the zones. So it's well within the realm of rebuttal testimony as related to the issues raised by Mr. Lander in direct.
Thank you both.
Go
ahead.
It was just fundamentally that the company and its utility operations experts fundamentally disagree with the analysis of Mr. Lander, and that's what I think we're seeing here with his own analysis.
Okay. Thank you both. We will rule on those motions in the final order. If you want to address them in post-hearing briefs or post-hearing filings, that'll be fine too. Now, you had another matter, Mr. Wellborn?
I did, and just quickly, to the extent we get into these issues about which we've filed or requested this or moved the commission to strike, will we be permitted to recall Mr. Mr. McClay, to the extent we get into those issues on the examination of Mr. Lander?
I believe you have the right to make a proffer.
Thank you.
And you can do that through him if you like. And depending on how the commission may rule, it'll depend on whether that stays offer or is admitted into the record.
Understood. Thank you. Yes, and so my second procedural issue is this pattern of addressing discovery issues in testimony rather than in the course of discovery. In last year's Duke Carolina's fuel case, Mr. Lander took issue with the data provided by the company and requested in that case a special accommodation that Duke Carolina's provide operational data that it did not have at that time available for production because it was operational data. In good faith and consistent with the Commission's order in that fuel case, Duke Progress began at that time to make special arrangements in its IT systems to be able to provide this operational information and discovery. In good faith, noting that progress wasn't addressed in that Duke Carolina's order. Mr. Lander takes his discovery request a step further. He asked that the company provide data in a special format that's suited to his analysis that he'd like to perform. Respectfully, Madam Chairman, it's one thing for the company to make special arrangements to retain and be prepared to produce operational information and discovery. We believe, however, that it's quite another and that it's contrary to South Carolina law for a party to be required to reformat information to be produced in discovery in a specially tailored way to accommodate another party's unique method of analysis and review. The questions raised by Mr. Lander about this issue, moreover, were late. There was no motion to compel. There was no discovery dispute in this case raised under the rules of the Commission. And those rules and regulations are circumvented when a witness brings into testimony discovery issues that are fundamentally legal issues about sufficiency of discovery and the responsiveness of the company, which really has been more responsive than the Commission's orders and discovery rules have required. And so, again, should the Commission decide to table the issue instead of ruling on it, we can discuss this issue in a post-hearing brief, but it is a concern that the company has, and that began with the Duke Carolina's case last year, and that has persisted and grown a bit with this case. I just wanted to clarify that and make that note for the record, Madam Chairman.
Okay, we're getting into some argument here that I'm not sure if it's appropriate here or is in a closing argument, but let's just leave that there, and we will address these matters as stated in the final order.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else, Mr. Wellborn? And I asked that with some hesitation.
only if you're ready for opening statements or not.
Okay. I do have a question, or maybe it's more of a comment. I do note that there was an amended Exhibit 3 filed by Mr. Henderson, and I'm just going to go ahead and bring it up now. I believe that the original Exhibit 3 was, or confidentiality was asked for that exhibit and was granted by the Commission during a Commission business meeting. And I'd just like to note that that confidentiality will be extended to that amended exhibit as well, so that there's no question about that. I think that was the only exhibit that we had an issue with on confidentiality. And Mr. Ebersbach, was there anything else you needed to bring up?
No, ma'am. I think it is. I did want to respond to that second point about discovery, but I think I can do that in closing today if allowed. We're not going to have an opening statement, but after cross and the evidence is heard, we would like the opportunity to respond to that point.
Any other party that has an issue that needs to be brought up? Okay. Opening statements, we will go company and then interveners, and so Mr. Wellborn.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Per what is referred to as the fuel statute, South Carolina Code Annotated Section 5827-865, the purpose of this proceeding is to give the Commission an opportunity to evaluate the fuel expenses experienced by the company and to permit the company to put into effect rates in an amount designed to recover its fuel costs over the next 12 months. Based on the fuel costs experienced by the company during the review period in this case and anticipated by the company during the billing period, we're pleased to be in the position, in this case, of proposing rates that will provide customers a rate decrease. For the average residential customer using 1,000 kilowatt hours per month, this will amount to a decrease of $4.11 per month, or a decrease of 3.5% from currently effective rates. Based on a reasonable review of the record, Duke Energy Progress and the South Carolina Office of Regulatory Staff are aligned as to the issues and the rates proposed by the company in the case. The company, as mentioned, has reservations, however, regarding the positions and analysis offered by the witness for the Southern Alliance for Clean Energy and Coastal Conservation League. As our electricity utility operations witnesses will testify, Mr. Lander's approach uses incomplete data, and he suggests that the company should resell its gas capacity in spite of increasing restrictions and penalties on its only pipeline, a position that does not square with operational realities. Again, we appreciate the Commission's willingness to host this hearing in an online format, and we look forward to presenting our witnesses in this case. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Wellborn. Mr. Ebersbach, will you be making the opening, or I think you said you didn't have an opening?
We waive opening, but we would like the opportunity to do a closing later on.
Thank you very much. Mr. Smith or Mr. Lavonga?
No opening, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Huber for Officer ORS?
No opening for ORS, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Wellborn, would you call your first witness, please?
Happy to, Madam Chairman. Thank you. The company would first call Mr. Kevin Houston to the stand.
Where's Mr. Houston? I'm sorry, I'm looking.
Houston, I'm
Please,
here.
when you see me looking around, I've got a TV screen up here to my right, and I've got a large screen over here to my left, so it's where I can see the person better as to where I'm looking. So, Mr.
Can
Houston.
you see me, Madam Chair?
There, I see you now. Please, Mr. Houston, would you please raise your right hand to be sworn by the court reporter?
Mr. Houston, do you solemnly affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Wellborn, please present your witness.
Thank you. Morning, Mr. Houston. Would you please state your name for the record?
Kevin Houston,
And by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
employed by Duke Energy in the capacity of the manager of the fuel supply and storage groups.
And did you prepare or cause to be prepared 8 pages of amended direct testimony that was pre-filed with the Commission in this proceeding?
I did.
If I asked you the same questions this morning that were asked in your pre-filed amended direct testimony, would your answers be the same?
They would.
Madam Chairman, I would ask that Mr. Houston's pre-filed amended direct testimony be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Mr. Houston's pre-filed direct will be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Mr. Houston, did you also prepare or cause to be prepared 2 exhibits that were attached to your pre-filed amended direct testimony?
I did.
Do you have any changes to those exhibits at this time?
No, I don't.
Madam Chairman, I would ask that Mr. Houston's 2 pre-filed exhibits be entered into the record as the first composite hearing exhibit.
Thank you, Mr. Wellborn. And I just want to be clear that is not one of those a revised exhibit or amended exhibit? Or was that just the testimony?
I thought it was just the testimony, but let me double check that.
Okay, I think I'm looking at I've got my cheat sheet and I'm looking at it wrong. It's just the direct. Mr. Houston's 2 exhibits, which are attached to his revised or amended direct testimony, will be marked as hearing exhibit number 1 and entered into the record of this case.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Mr. Houston, would you please provide a summary of your testimony at this time?
I will. The purpose of my testimony is to provide information regarding Duke Energy Progress's nuclear fuel purchasing practices, provide costs for the March 1st, 2019 through February 29th, 2020 review period, and describe changes for the July 1st, 2020 through June 30th, 2021 billing period. Duke Energy Progress's nuclear fuel procurement practices involve computing near and long-term consumption forecasts, establishing nuclear system inventory levels, projecting required annual fuel purchases, requesting proposals from qualified suppliers, negotiating a portfolio of long-term contracts from diverse sources of supply, and monitoring deliveries against contract commitments. Consistent with industry practices, long-term contracts are used extensively to cover forward requirements and reduce exposure to possible supply disruptions from any single source of supply. Duke Energy Progress's portfolio of diversified contract pricing yielded an average cost of $47.93 per pound for uranium concentrates during the review period, representing an increase of 16% per pound for the prior review period. The average unit cost of Duke Energy Progress's purchases of enrichment services during the review period decreased 15% to $79.43 per separative work unit. The deliberate costs for fabrication and conversion services have a limited impact on the overall fuel expense rate, given that the dollar amounts for these purchases represent a substantially smaller percentage of Duke Energy Progress's total direct fuel costs relative to uranium concentrates or enrichment. The company anticipates a slight increase in nuclear fuel costs on a cents per kilowatt hour basis through the next billing period, because fuel is typically expensed over 2 to 3 operating cycles, roughly 3 to 6 years. Duke Energy Progress's nuclear fuel expense in the upcoming billing period will be determined by the cost of fuel assemblies loaded into the reactors during the review period, as well as prior periods. The company anticipates the average fuel expense to increase from 0.612 cents per kilowatt hour incurred in the review period to approximately 0.622 cents per kilowatt hour in the billing period. This change reflects the discharge of fuel lower cost basis from the reactors and its replacement with fuel procured under new contracts negotiated in higher markets. This concludes my testimony summary.
Thank you, Mr. Houston. If you would please answer any questions of council or the commission.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Wellborn. Mr. Ebersbach, any questions?
No questions, Madam Chairman.
Mr. Smith, Mr. Lavonga, any questions?
No, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Mr. Huber?
No questions from ORS. Thank you.
Commissioners, we'll turn to the commission now.
Madam Chairman.
Is that Commissioner Whitfield?
It is.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I've got a couple for Mr. Houston. Mr. Houston, on page 8 of your pre-filed direct testimony, you discussed nuclear fuel cost projections. How does the increase in nuclear fuel costs compare to other types, other fuel types in the company's energy portfolio?
Mr. Commissioner, I'm not as familiar with what the other fuel types other than nuclear are and what their projections are. So I won't be able to answer that question from a comparison basis to the other alternative fuel types. But I can say that for the nuclear fuel cost, that change that we're seeing between the review period and the forward billing period is roughly even and level within the typical variation that we would expect to see. But as I'm not familiar with the cost for the other fuel types in the portfolio, I don't think I can answer that question from a comparison basis.
I see. I was just, I think your witness, and I know I'm going to get his name wrong, Verdami, talks about the changes in coal and natural gas costs on page 4 of his testimony. And of course, I heard in your testimony just a minute ago that sometimes your costs are, as you stated, spread over several cycles, several outages. So I'll move on from that one. Did the 16% increase per pound for uranium affect the company's fuel utilization during the review period?
That percentage does have an impact. That particular unit cost was for uranium and conversion, or in the uranium segment. You'll also notice that a typical variation, like say for in the enrichment services, there's a decrease. So it's not unusual to have ebbs and flows up and down, and most of that is just dependent upon the snapshot in time, the window in which some of these deliveries that fall into the review period are not captured. As example, if the review period were shifted forward 2 months or shifted back 2 months, you would tend to get some variation, and that's not atypical for what we would expect in today's market.
Well, at the same token, I noticed you also mentioned, of course, in your testimony that DEP's purchases for enrichment services decreased by 15% during the review period, and I think you gave a price of $79.43. I think is what you had in your testimony. So, lastly, I would ask, at what point would nuclear fuel be mitigated in comparison to other fuels such as coal and natural gas if the cost of uranium were to continue to increase?
I'm sorry, just to make sure I understand the question, are you asking what that impact would be versus other fuel costs going up or going down? Well, at what point, would nuclear fuel be mitigated if uranium continues to increase and in comparison to other base load sources such as coal and natural gas? At what point would nuclear fuel be mitigated? I'm not sure, Mr. Commissioner, if I can answer that question about the fuel cost piece compared to the other components as to how it would level out. Overall, nuclear fuel represents a relatively small portion of the overall nuclear production cost, somewhere on the order of roughly 20 to 25%, I'd say is a good rough estimate for the total production cost part of it. And that's typically how we ascertain and look at the nuclear cost production on a system-wide basis, is from a total production cost perspective.
Well, thank you, Mr. Houston. That's all I have. I know we see issues in other areas that are in some of the market states with nuclear, and anyway, thank you for your answers, and I appreciate your testimony and appreciate your answers. That's all I have, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Whitfield. Commissioners, any other questions? Thank you. Mr. Wellborn, any redirect or redirect?
No, Madam Chairman, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Houston, you may step down. Thank you for your testimony.
Madam Chairman.
Mr. Wellborn, you want to call your next witness, please?
I do, thank you. The company would next call Mr. John Verderami.
Okay, Mr. Verderami, where is he?
Should be right here, Madam Chairman.
Well, we've got seeing pictures at the moment, so hang on a minute.
You want to turn the cameras on if you're not speaking. Turn them off. Sorry.
Did everyone hear that? Our IT group has asked if you are not speaking to turn or the witnesses, would you turn your cameras off? So, Mr. Verderami, yours needs to be on. There you are, I believe. Well, there you were. There you are.
Yeah, I was on.
There you are.
There you go.
You moved on me. It wasn't your fault. No.
I didn't think I turned my camera off.
Well, now you. Okay, we don't see Mr. Verderami, but he says his camera's on, so.
I'll turn it off and turn it back on. I show that my camera's on, Madam Commissioner.
Thank you. It might be on our end. Just bear with us a moment, please.
Commissioner Belser, do you want commissioners' cameras off? I've turned mine off as well.
No, the commissioners are fine, I'm being told. Thank you, Commissioner Whitfield.
It's just low bandwidth on WebEx.
I'm being told it's low bandwidth on WebEx, so. Bear with us a moment, please.
Mr. Erskine?
Mr. Erskine hears you,
Sir,
Commissioner
yes.
Irvin.
If the commissioners cut their cameras off, would that clear the bandwidth? for
No
the
commissioners.
No, sir.
No, sir. The commissioners are on Skype. The witnesses and
Thank you.
attorneys are on a different platform.
Okay.
We need to take a brief recess, about 10 minutes. So if everybody'd be at ease, for about 10 minutes, you might want to turn your sound off, and we'll be back. We'll check back at 10:50. That's about 12 minutes away. Thank you. I apologize. Thank you, parties. I appreciate your patience. As we worked out that little technical glitch, and as we proceed, we'll just ask that the witness that's testifying be the only one with the camera on, I believe is the instruction that was given. Mr. Wellborn, I think we're back to you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. The company has called John Verderami to the stand.
Okay. Mr. Verderami, would you please raise your right hand to be sworn in, please?
Mr. Verderami, do you solemnly affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Verderami, would you please state your name for the record?
Good morning. My name is John Verderami.
And by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm employed by Duke Energy Progress, and I serve as the Vice President of the Fuels and Systems Optimization Group.
And they prepare or cause to be prepared 8 pages of amended direct testimony that were pre-filed with the Commission in this proceeding.
I did.
If I asked you the same questions that were asked in your pre-filed amended direct testimony this morning, would your answers to those questions be the same?
They would.
Madam Chairman, I would ask that Mr. Verderami's pre-filed amended direct testimony be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Mr. Verderami's amended pre-filed direct testimony will be admitted into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Mr. Verderami, did you also prepare or cause to be prepared 2 exhibits that were attached to your pre-filed amended direct testimony?
I did.
And do you have any changes to those exhibits at this time? I don't know that I heard you. Mr. Verderami, do you have any changes to those pre-filed exhibits at this time?
No, I don't.
Thank you. Madam Chairman, I would ask that Mr. Verderami's 2 pre-filed exhibits be entered as the next composite hearing exhibit.
Mr. Verderami's 2 exhibits 1 and 2 will be marked as a composite hearing exhibit number 2 and entered into the record of this case.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Mr. Verderami, would you please provide a summary of your testimony at this time?
Yes. Good morning. The purpose of my testimony is to provide fossil fuel costs for the period from March 1, 2019 through February 29, 2020, and describe projected consumption changes forthcoming for the period July 1, 2020 through June 30, 2021. DEP's average delivered cost of coal per ton for the review period was $85.85 per ton, compared to $84.87 per ton in the prior review period, representing an increase of approximately 1%. This includes an average transportation cost of $31.03 per ton in the review period, compared to $33.36 per ton in the prior review period, representing a decrease of approximately 7%. The company's average cost of gas purchased for the review period was $3.80 per million MBTU, as compared to $4.02 per million MBTU in the prior review period, representing a decrease of 5%. These costs include gas supply, transportation, storage, and financial hedging. DEP's coal burn for the review period was 3.8 million tons, compared to a coal burn of 3.6 million tons in the prior review period, representing an increase of 7%. The company's consumed approximately 166.6 million MMBTUs of natural gas in the review period, compared to 185.5 million MMBTU in the prior review period, representing a decrease of 10%. The net decrease in DEP's overall natural gas burn was primarily driven by gas to coal switching as a result of the new coal rail transportation rate that went into effect March 1, 2019. DEP's projections for the billing period include approximately 3.8 million tons of coal and 148.2 million MBTU of natural gas. These projections are subject to change due to multiple factors, including but not limited to changes in commodity prices and weather-driven demand. This concludes my testimony summary.
Thank you, Mr. Veterami. If you would please answer any questions of council or the commission at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Wellborn. Any questions from Coastal Conservation League, Southern Alliance for Clean Energy, and Upstate Forever?
No questions, Madam Chair.
Any questions from Nucor Steel?
No questions, Madam Chair.
Any questions from the Office of Regulatory Staff?
No questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you, parties. Commissioners, any questions for Mr. Verderami?
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Hamilton?
Mr. Verderami.
Good morning.
Hope you're
Commissioner.
well today, sir.
I
Mr.
am, thank you,
Verderami,
sir.
in the epidemic that we've seen, or we're in the middle of, I guess, we've seen a significant change in the demand and supply for fossil fuel, especially in the oil and gas industry. Has there been a significant amount of change in the natural gas market?
There has, sir, and I think you mentioned the oil and gas component of that is significant. Right now, short-term gas prices are depressed as a function primarily of the COVID recession and the consequent high storage of natural gas. But I think we see in the future, due to the long-term, the oil production cuts you mentioned on demand and price, that there's a supply component to that as well. As oil production goes down, the associated gas with that production also drives. So I think we've seen gas prices that are low now, but the forward curve is projecting that prices will whiplash as we come into the winter and summer of maybe next year, as those production impacts take effect. So specifically, I think we see the
manageable. Excuse me. Has the company found the situation to be manageable?
It is manageable, yes. We've not seen any disruptions per se, and the system is built to take advantage of some of these types of dislocations in fuel. So we have been burning more natural gas recently, and their customers benefit from that those low natural gas prices. Now, we have seen some instances of coal inventories building due to the switch from natural gas, from coal to natural gas. And so we'll have to manage that going forward.
All right. Thank you very much for your testimony, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Questions from any other commissioners? Thank you very much. Mr. Welborn, any redirect?
No, Madam Chairman, thank you.
Mr. Verderami, thank you for your testimony and your presence today. I appreciate it. And you may step down. Mr. Welborn.
Thank you, Madam Commissioner.
Yes, ma'am. We would next call Mr. James McClay to the stand.
Okay.
Good morning.
Mr. McClay, would you? Okay, we lost Mr. Welborn and Mr. McClay. Hang on a minute.
I'm here.
I know. Well, we're not seeing you for a moment, so let me see. Okay. How about Mr. Welborn?
I'm on the line.
Okay. Can you see your witness?
I can.
Okay. Mr. McClay, would you raise your right hand to be sworn, please?
Mr. McClay, do you solemnly affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Welborn?
Right. Good morning, Mr. McClay. Would you please state your name for the record?
James Joseph McClay III.
And by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
Duke Energy Progress, LLC,
as the Director of Trading.
And did you prepare or cause to be prepared 19 pages of rebuttal testimony that were pre-filed with the commission in this proceeding?
Yes, I did.
If I asked you the same questions that were asked in your pre-filed rebuttal testimony this morning, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Madam Chairman, I would ask that Mr. McClay's pre-filed rebuttal testimony be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Okay, Mr. Welborn, we have a public and a confidential version, do we not?
That's correct, Madam Chairman. Thank you for pointing that out. We would ask that his publicly filed, pre-filed rebuttal testimony be entered into the record as given orally from the stand.
Mr. McClay's public version of his rebuttal testimony will be read into the record as given orally from the stand.
And Mr. McClay, if I ask you the same questions that were asked in your confidentially filed, excuse me.
Mr. Welborn, let me change that if I could. Both the confidential and the public versions will be read into the record as if given orally from the stand, but the confidential version will be maintained confidential.
Perfect. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Does that help?
Okay. That helps perfectly. Thanks for clarifying that. Mr. McClay, did you also prepare or cause to be prepared one exhibit that was attached to that pre-filed rebuttal testimony?
Yes, I did.
And do you have any changes to that exhibit at this time?
No, I don't.
Madam Chairman, I would ask that Mr. McClay's pre-filed exhibit be entered as the next hearing exhibit.
Mr. McClay's pre-filed rebuttal exhibit 1, consisting of parts 1 and part 2, will be marked as exhibit number 3 and entered into the record of this case.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Mr. McClay, would you please provide a summary of your testimony at this time?
Yes, thank you. Good morning. The purpose of my rebuttal testimony is to provide additional background on the company's management of natural gas supply and transportation capacity, and to respond to opinion testimony and recommendations offered by Gregory Lander on behalf of South Carolina Coastal Conservation League and Southern Alliance for Clean Energy. I disagree with Mr. Lander's testimony on several points. First, Mr. Lander's load factor utilization analysis does not include all gas flows and burns from the review period and is therefore understated. As indicated in the company's responses to discovery, the hourly, daily operational estimated data supplied by the company uses daily and hourly usage estimates based on operational flows for each generation station. The operational nature of the estimates and other technical issues, including the fact that the gas dashboard tool responsible for aggregating the data was still in development, limited the accuracy of the information. Although Duke Energy Progress provided final actual consumption data based on end-of-the-month settlement reconciliations, Mr. Lander failed to use that data in his analysis. Even with Mr. Lander's undercalculated values, he admits that DEP has a very good level of utilization for long-term firm capacity, which he values at 71% for the winter period and 64% for the review period, but should correctly be valued at 88% for the winter period and approximately 88% on average for the review period. As related to Mr. Lander's comments regarding the company's hourly peak capacity, Transco has daily constraints limiting overburn and swing service, which are measured at the end of each gas day and not on an hourly basis. The penalties that the companies would be assessed for OFOs and priority of service, POS, are also based on gas day and not on an hourly basis. Therefore, Mr. Lander's analysis of hourly peak capacity is not relevant when determining the company's capacity needs. Second, the companies rely upon a single source pipeline that has daily operational constraints with an inadequate amount of contracted firm transportation and therefore do not have sufficient firm capacity to serve their gas generation requirements. Transco is the company's sole source of interstate transportation capacity for the company's natural gas generation portfolio, and several changes in Transco's tariff went into permanent effect in July 2019 that limit intraday swings and impose penalties for unauthorized daily overrun services above a specified daily tolerance. The penalty for daily overruns is severe, up to $50 per decatherm, or furthermore, the number of oil flows has sharply increased from 2018 to the present. Third, the companies do not, as Mr. Lander suggests, have extra capacity to monetize by releasing it to the market. The companies maintain capacity to address intraday needs, late cycle storage adjustments, and post-cycle penalty mitigation, and to protect customers from pipeline imbalance penalties. The company's strategy protects customers from pipeline imbalance penalties rather than releasing limited daily capacity in exchange for nominal reward. If, as Mr. Lander suggests, the company were to resell 10,000 of unutilized next day capacity for 2 cents per decatherm, the company would see revenue of $200. However, if the company overburned that same amount of decatherms, the company would be assessed a penalty of $500,000. Fourth, the information provided by the company is consistent with that required by the Commission's order in the 2019 DEC fuel case. While Mr. Lander recommends that the Commission require utilities to provide the hourly generation, unit type and quantity of fuel consumed by hour for each generation unit, the company has provided all information to SACE-CCL in discovery that it operationally tracks. The company does not track its hourly daily fuel oil burn information in the format requested. In conclusion, the company executes a gas procurement strategy that ensures reliable and cost-effective generation for its customers, in spite of it having to rely on a single source line with an inadequate amount of firm transportation and increasing constraints and penalties. This concludes my testimony summary.
Thank you, Mr. McClay. If you would please answer any questions of council or the commission.
Yeah.
Okay, cross-examination from CCL SACE Upstate Forever.
Yes, Madam Chair. Am I back on the screen?
You are, Mr. Ebersbach.
Yeah, looks like it. Okay. Thank you very much. Good morning, Mr. Clay. Mr. McClay, excuse me. Can you hear me okay?
Sure. I can hear you. Thank you.
Okay. I'm Kurt Ebersbach. I represent Southern Alliance for Clean Energy in the South Carolina Coastal Conservation League in this matter. And I just have a few questions for you about your testimony, sir. And specifically about data provided by the company. So the company provided what you call hourly, daily operational estimated data. Is that right?
Right. That's correct.
And that was done in response to the SACE CCL data request 1-7?
That's correct.
And that request sought the company's gas use by hour by day for each of its generating facilities. Is that your recollection?
Yes.
And you view this type of data as responsive to the Commission's order in the 2019 Duke Energy Carolinas field proceeding?
Yeah, yes. We were in process of developing the information, the report that you requested. So yes, that was what we were developing at the time.
Okay, and
yes.
Are you familiar with the Commission's order in that 2019 proceeding?
Yes.
So do you recall that the Commission asked the company, and that was Duke Energy's Carolina, to have hourly and daily metered usage readily available for production?
For the next case, and I believe the deadline was May 31st.
Okay. And do you recall that the Commission's interest, and I believe this was a motion by Commissioner Irvin, was in whether the company could monetize unused gas capacity when the system is not constrained?
Yes.
As a potential benefit to ratepayers?
Yes.
Okay. And you understand that's one of Mr. Lander's recommendations here, that the companies have idle capacity and should seek to monetize it, although I understand you disagree with that recommendation. You do understand that's one of Mr. Lander's recommendations?
Yes, that if we had capacity available that was free to use, that, we would try to monetize.
Okay. Now, you say in your testimony that this data is not revenue grade and should not be used in making recommendations or decisions that impact customer rates, correct?
Mm-hmm. That's correct.
And by that, do you mean that not even the commission or its staff should use this data for recommendations or decisions impacting the costs that customers pay?
Yeah, it's true.
And that would be despite the commission.
It's not finalized. It's not finalized data. It basically comes from our plants, and it's subject to a lot of reconciliation. And the tool that we use, although it's fantastic and we use it every day to monitor all of our gas burns, has flaws. It's mechanical. It's got a lot of IT, handshakes, and is not perfect. It's not perfect.
So is it then, sir, your position that despite the commission seeking that information to determine whether there would be potential benefits to ratepayers, that the only data the company can provide is not reliable for purposes of making any decisions about rates that impact customers?
I would use finalized data, revenue grade, billing data that we actually pay on. That's what I would use.
Okay. All right.
Hourly data doesn't, I may add, hourly data does not, it only serves our purpose, for monitoring gas, in an operational way. It helps us. So.
Okay. But you do understand the commission's order did ask for hourly data, right?
And it's the best we have, and we've complied. And like we said from the very beginning, it's operational.
Okay. Now, part of your issue with the data is that the data points were just estimates, right?
Okay.
But it's not final, like you just said.
It's definitely not final, and there's some missing as well, for sure.
Right. Okay. And the data are estimates because they're subject to change based on final end-of-month settlement reconciliations with the pipeline?
That's one reason, yeah.
So, for example, would it be true that at the end of March 2019, the company and the pipeline, in this case Transco, would have performed a reconciliation of estimates for the preceding month?
Yeah.
And that happens every month?
There is a reconciliation every month that our gas schedulers provide a worksheet to accounting, and accounting will then reconcile with Transco. Yes.
And the final reconciled number that you derive, is that for a scheduled quantity?
That is for, not for scheduled, that's for allocated. So it's what was actually used. That's what it's for.
So it would reflect how much gas was burned at each unit?
Yes, it would. At each facility.
I'm sorry, you cut out a little bit at the very end there.
Sorry, at each facility, at each plant.
At each plant, okay. So not necessarily down to the unit level.
No.
So when SACE and CCL submitted their discovery request in April 2020, wouldn't there have been final reconciled data for pretty much every month of the review period?
Yeah, not hourly, no.
Okay, so it would just be...
I think we gave you monthly data. And we gave you, you asked for DEP data, so we gave you DEP.
Right.
And
okay.
So it's kind of...
So we'll talk about... We'll talk about monthly, the monthly data in just a minute, but just to understand what actually gets reconciled. So at the end of the month, you have a total for that month that's reconciled. Is that right?
Yes, and we did give that to you, right? You requested it.
And is it for? I'm sorry. is it further broken down on a daily basis?
Like I said, it's operational. So yes, it would be. It would be compiled daily. Yeah. That's how we track it, daily, and then we by plant, by day, and we have a sheet that has that information, and we give that to accounting. So yeah, and then they'll reconcile any pluses or minuses.
Okay. And not to belabor the point, but just when the data is reconciled, would it no longer be an estimate on a daily basis either? In other words, looking back to the prior month, once you have a reconciled number, you would consider those daily numbers to be no longer estimates, but to be accurate.
We don't go back. Well, I know we go back and change the numbers for each, for Transco. Probably for each day, my guess would be. I don't know for sure, but that would make sense.
Okay. So then just to conclude this line of questioning, when we submit discovery at the outset of a proceeding, should we be able to get, for the review period, not estimates, but actual verified data for each month and day of the review period?
I will say for each month and day, yes. Yeah.
Okay. Now, so let's talk about page 10 of your testimony, lines 18 through 21. Do you have that before you, sir?
Yes, it is.
And there you say that SACE and CCL were also provided with the final actual consumption data based on end-of-month settlement reconciliations, and I think that's what you were just referring to. Is that right?
Right. Yep. Monthly. Yeah, that's right.
Mm-hmm. And if you know, are you here referring to data that was provided in response to our second discovery request, our second round of discovery?
I believe so.
So data request 2-1?
I don't have it in front of me, but I'm assuming that was the monthly data that you requested for DEP.
Okay. And so this would be, if you know, this would be, these final end-of-month reconciliations would be scheduled amounts?
Like I said, this is what was actually used, was burned.
Okay.
I mean, you can have scheduled, and you can have scheduled, and then it gets cut, right? So then all of a sudden it wouldn't be a scheduled amount. It would just be, so it's just whatever was burned, right? Whatever went through the Transco meter for the plants that we used.
Okay. But would it only be gas that you obtained pursuant to a firm capacity contract, or would it be any gas from any source?
No, it's everything. It's everything.
Okay. So are you saying then that these end-of-the-month reconciliations should show anyone reviewing it the total amount of gas burned at each facility in a given month?
Yep.
And on a daily basis?
I don't remember what you got. I know it's monthly by month, but if it's daily, then yes, it should be reconciled, and that's what you have. It's good data that we pay on.
And you consider this reconciled end-of-month data to be revenue grade?
Yes.
So it could be relied upon to make recommendations and form conclusions?
Yeah, depending how you use it, sure.
Okay. Now, as I understand your testimony and some comments you made a moment ago at the outset in your narrative summary, the problem with the hourly data provided to us wasn't just that they were estimates. It's also there was the dashboard tool being developed by the companies didn't access all plant data during the entire review period, right?
Yeah, that's correct. Yes.
We had some units.
We had some units testing. There was no PI data, so there was no data to get. So we didn't have that data, and obviously, probably once a week there's issues with I'll just say communication issues with data. So you get what we have pretty much. Yes, there's holes.
Okay, And I think you called them technical issues in your testimony.
Yes. Yeah.
And are those technical issues something the company is working on fixing?
So we're always working on improving the dashboard. And yes, but we'll probably never get perfect data just because there's probably 3 or 4 servers that the data has to go through. There's engineering calculations at the plant. There's a lot of people that have access to the data that we use that once in a while they'll change it and we don't know about it, and we'll have to find out pretty much that day. We'll find out because the numbers will go awry. But yes, we're working. We always have alerts for integrity now that are in place that so if all of a sudden a reading for an hour goes to 0, we'll get an alert. Or if, for example, we have a gas reading for several hours in a row that are the same, that's impossible. So we'll get an alert for that. So we have put in place along the way several improvements. And also, we've also had to put in place archiving, which we had never done before, and reporting, which we had never done before because that wasn't the intention of the tool.
Okay. I've got a few questions for you about figure 1 of your testimony, which is on page 12.
Yep.
Are you there, sir?
I'm there. Thank you.
Okay. Now this graph depicts daily natural gas burns for the review period, correct?
Yes.
And actual burns, what the company calls actual burns, are depicted by the black line?
Yes.
And so is it correct to say that the black line is based on the company's cumulative gas use for each day of the review period?
Each bar or each line is the day of burn, right? So it's not accumulating. It's just showing the black line. It goes up to the level of burn that we had for that day. So you can see our peak burn over there in February of 1.5 BCF. So that was particularly on that day. 1.5 BCF, when I say that, I mean 1,500,000 decatherms of gas. Right.
And all I meant by cumulative is that it's the total gas usage for each day. Is that a true statement?
Yeah, yes.
Okay. What data are the actual burn numbers based on?
So those are, so we have data of our daily burns, right, that are finalized. And remember that we're basically one face to the market under the asset management agreement, right? So you have DEP and DEC. DEC is the face to the market under the affiliate asset management supply agreement. And those are the combined, all of the plants, all of the burns for that day. That's what those numbers are. They're not, specific to any one entity. Like I said, we manage it together the same way we manage the transport. Everything is as one in a bundle. So if we have a burn requirement for a day of, a BCF, which we have many days like that, then we will make sure we have enough to supply our forecast, a BCF. So you'll see that on there, and then the actual burn for that day, at the end of the day, after we reconcile, we'll have that data to use for this.
So should this graph be consistent with the end of month reconciled data provided to SACE and CCL in response to their second data request?
Well, I don't believe you have all the data. You only asked for DEP. This is DEC and DEP. So no, it won't match.
So you're saying that UV or Discovery is asking only about DEP? and not DEC?
Yes, that is my understanding. This has some of it in there, but it doesn't have all the burns. This has all the burns. Yours has what you asked for, I believe.
Okay. Well, I believe we asked for all and then asked for it to be separately broken out for DEP, but I'll check on that to be sure. Now, do you view the actual burn data underlying this graph, do you view it as sufficiently reliable for purposes of making recommendations and forming conclusions?
This burn data? Yes.
Yes. And which of your conclusions does this graph support? Does it support your conclusion that the company has insufficient firm capacity?
Yes.
And does it support your conclusion that the company doesn't have idle capacity to sell?
This particular graph does not, it supports it in some ways, but it needs explanation.
Okay. Now, we talked before about idle capacity and a potential benefit to ratepayers if there's idle capacity to sell. Isn't a flip side a potential cost to ratepayers if firm capacity needs to be procured?
Well, this is how we manage the capacity. So you have to understand full day to really appreciate my answer, if you don't mind.
Sure.
So when we go into planning for the next gas day, we're 26 hours ahead of the start of the gas day. Okay, so we'll plan. We have some transport. Obviously, we have a forecast, and we have base load gas, and we'll start using our tools to get up to that forecast to figure out what our needs will be, and we will use a majority of the firm transport. However, as we go through time, so if you think about it, you're 26 hours ahead. So this morning we were planning for tomorrow starting at 10. So if we were to buy all of our gas and schedule all that, we'd be done, right? Pretty easy. Unfortunately, throughout the gas day, I'll say throughout today and throughout tomorrow, there are several opportunities from NASB which gives us the opportunity to actually adjust our supply. And that is where that's part of where we need the extra firm transportation. Because if many times we have sometimes 5 forecasts a day with changing weather, changing unit conditions, just all kinds of stuff. And so we'll put in our preliminary the day before, right? Like today, it'll be by a timely cycle. And then we're going to put it, and then also there's an evening cycle. And then tomorrow morning as the gas day starts, then you have better information, right? Your forecast might change again. And then all of a sudden, you might have more supply you might have to buy or less. So you'll get more forecasts throughout the day, and you'll have a couple of scheduling cycles throughout the next day, right? So we started at 10. Now we're somewhere around 6 o'clock at night. Now, if there was a big change, which there is, because that's the ID3 scheduling cycle. The last time you can really schedule anything to adjust your supply to meet the forecast. That's what we do. Pardon me. That's the last chance we have to fix our supply, so that when we go into the evening and we come out on the other side of the gas day, which is about 14 hours later, right? Because we'll put on our supply. The deadline is 8 o'clock. We'll adjust in and out of storage, and the only reason we can adjust in or out of storage is because we have that open capacity, and we can move our storage from zone 4 to zone 5, and we will have an opportunity to adjust it. And then that's it. We can't touch the supply. And then the gas dashboard that everyone uses, they monitor the burns overnight as, according to the limits that we have on Transco. So what happens is if we go through that evening and our burns veer off our supply from where we're actually going to land at the other end, our actual plus forecast, we could go out of bounds on some of the limitations that are put on us. We have daily Transco pipeline constraints, right, every single day. So if we go outside those bounds, they'll get an early notification on the dashboard. We have a dial. They can see it. They can look at the numbers. They can look at the hour. And they can make adjustments at night, not gas adjustments. They're going to have to buy or sell power, ramp down a unit. There's different things they can do to try to keep the gas burn within the tolerance level. But there's many nights where things happen at night, and all of a sudden we're outside of the tolerance level where we could be in penalty. So the gas dashboard also tells you, gives you an alert to how much you're out of penalty. So, so what happens is at the very end of the day, if you become in this penalty situation, you have two things to do at the end of the day if you're out of tolerance. You can try to do a retro trade, which means you find somebody in the market that hopefully can do a paper trade with you, which is very difficult and you can't count on it. Or there's you can do the post-cycle trade, right, which you can find somebody that will do a physical trade with you and through the pipeline, and they will cover what you need. So if you're short, let's just say you go out of tolerance and you're into this, and it's $1 million, right? So in the post-cycle, you can try to rectify that. It's not guaranteed. You have to find other counterparties that have the opposite position of me, or I can use my open transport if it's a priority of service. If it's something in priority of service that actually has me out of my tolerance, I can count that unutilized transport towards the formula, and that will count as if I have the supply. So it basically knocks down the penalty into the range where you can be, where you don't owe any money and you don't have any penalty. So even though you didn't schedule it at night, although you might have scheduled some of it at an ID3, you still have it at the very end of the day to help you mitigate your penalties. And these penalties are $50 a decatherm. So if you go outside, if you go through an OFO, it's $50 a decatherm. You go through the priority service. If you overrun your contracts by a certain amount, you're going to pay $50 a decatherm. So this helps us knock back into a realm of not having to pay that. And that's why when we talk about utilization, we're utilizing it, but we're utilizing it in a different way. And I think the way we looked at it, and I appreciate you guys looking at that. I mean, it means a lot to us because we watch it every day. But it's one of those things that we would rather than get a couple of $100, we're going to protect our flank because we're playing defense every day and not want to pay hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars. And I'm not saying that every day we use 100% that way, but we do use a lot of it. And ID3, our transactions, which is that final scheduling cycle, we did that in a review period, 297 days out of 366. So, and that's probably in addition to some more intraday trading. So we, if we actually had enough, we would schedule more, but we'd still have to protect our flank, right? I mean, in the end, we're trying to protect the customer from paying inordinate amount of money for penalties, and it's not one of those things that that you can control, because we can control it up till 8 o'clock at night what the burn is and what our supply is, but then there's 14 more hours where we can't control it. So that's why we leave some open.
Okay, and I appreciate that explanation. Thank you, sir. But I guess the point I'm interested in is you have data available to you that you're using to support your conclusion that the company ought not to sell idle capacity, correct?
Every day we live it. Yes, it's operational. It's not. This isn't an academic exercise. This is operational, kind of how we live day to day. All right. So yes, I mean, I guess we live it, and I just explained it to you what we have to do.
But you're saying the company can't provide reliable data to parties such as ourselves to make recommendations on the same subject?
Yeah, I think I see where you're going. So that's a good point. You're saying, well, Jim, how come you use it to avoid penalties, yet how come we can't use it to come to conclusions? And I get that. I appreciate that. So here's the reason why. We do have that gas dashboard, and it's wonderful. I'm not going to put it down, and there's thousands of hours went into developing it, and we have basically the whole gas team uses it, unit commitment uses it, The whole real-time power group uses it. All the managers use it. I mean, everyone's using it, but we all know it's not perfect. So at the end of the gas day, when I was talking about at 10 o'clock, and we look at our imbalance, we, way before that, at 6 o'clock in the morning, we go to the pipelines and get their accumulated data. Actually, Piedmont Online is where we'll go. Or we'll call gas control and say, what do you have for these plants? And we'll verify that we're on track. Because sometimes we don't know if there's an issue because it's something that could be in the gas yard transporting the data to the plant. And we just don't know. So we like to compare all the time every morning to see if our data is in line with the gas dashboard. We don't use Transco data because Transco data is 2 hours behind. So that doesn't help us. So what we use is Piedmont data, or we'll call PSNC, their gas control. And, you know, it was a very difficult situation last year because we were testing some very large units, like our dual fuel units, Cliffside, that would give us a forecast of, oh, we're going to burn 150,000, and then turn around and it would trip. So we'd be stuck with 150,000 on PSNC pipeline, and we'd have to figure out a way to get that off or burn it or do something else. So it's very difficult when you don't have the data. So we didn't have PI data at Cliffside. We didn't have PI data for a long time at Asheville. We didn't have PI data for a long time at one of the Blues. So, but along the way, we get it. It's not the first thing that every plant, as they're coming up and trying to get a line, they're testing. They don't, you know, they're not necessarily, they haven't checked that box of of the gas desk PI data. Okay, so what we have to do is have constant communication. So when you get the burn data, we all know when we're looking at it, okay, call PSNC and find out how much they did, or they'll send us emails because they know how sensitive we are. So early in the morning, if we can make any corrections, we will. So that's how we deal with data that is in the dashboard, is valuable, but we know sometimes is it's just incomplete.
Okay. And just a question about the dashboard. Oh, I'm sorry. First, what does PI data mean? What does PI mean?
Oh, PI? I guess that's a
PI, yeah.
No, I guess that's a form of software data that that you can read. So all these plants, right? They're not measuring decatherms. They're measuring actually on the pipelines. They're measuring gas flow. So there's calculations and flow meters that they have to figure out the flow rate, MCF. There's a whole bunch of things, the heat content. So it's very complicated. It doesn't go from, and each plant was built at different times because it's you have Duke, Progress, and you have Duke Carolinas, and they built plants at all different times. They have a lot of them have different software. They have different communications. So this dashboard has to take whatever they have and modify it to a point and get it into a PI server, and then that translates into a central server, and then the BPM server, and then it goes into our dashboard. So it's just, that's why there's a natural error factor anyway to the dashboard, right? It can't be perfect. It's not.
Yeah.
Mr. McClay, this is, just a moment, I'm sorry to interrupt. Mr. McClay, could you lean into your microphone a little bit more? You're leaning back, and every so often we're missing a word here or there. Thank you.
Okay, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a few more questions. So the dashboard, are you saying it was developed in response to the Commission's order, or was it something the company was going to do anyways?
No, this dashboard, we had started to develop probably 2 years ago because Transco started hinting at they started with putting cholera OFOs on more frequent operational flow orders. Normally they're only supposed to be done or issued, I should say, when there's some sort of integrity issue on the pipeline. So they started doing that, and then the other thing they started doing was introducing this notion of priority of service as well, where you were basically put into a box that was something on top of an OFO, where you couldn't, you had a certain amount of tolerance that you can overrun on your contracts. So basically, if you burn 1 decatherm over what you have on your contract, you pay a certain rate, and this rate happens to be 57 cents a decatherm currently. And as you know, with the price of gas, it's like 45% of the price of gas. It's just not something you want to do or pay or do frequently. So you have this tolerance where you're going to pay the 57 cents, and once you get through that, there's a small 50 decatherm penalty of $2.50 for 50 decatherms, and then it goes to $50 a decatherm. So we started getting wind of what was happening. So we developed this gas dashboard as quickly as we could, and made it accessible to the overnight desk, because we knew, the gas traders and supply in the market, everything's closed when we go home, and on the weekends there's no gas market, and there are NASB schedules, but for the most part, you're going to fly blinds. You don't know what your burns are. So you need to know what your burns are at every plant. And that's why we put together the dashboard. So it's information so that everyone's on the same page.
Okay. And I apologize if I asked this before, but just so the record's clear, the actual burn data underlying the black lines on Figure 1, was that data available at the outset of this proceeding?
Was it available? Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah,
and
but it
just
wasn't from, this data did not come from, let's be clear, it's not, this is actualized data, this is not operational data, this is billing quality data.
Okay, yeah, and I'm just wondering if in the future proceeding we want to request it at the outset, will it be available at the outset of a fuel proceeding?
Should be.
Okay. And just a few more, sir. Regarding sufficiency of firm capacity, so the company had a certain amount of firm capacity over the review period. I can't recall the exact figure, but it's in your testimony.
It's a little lumpy, yeah.
Okay. And the company sometimes had peaks that exceeded that amount?
Excuse me?
You sometimes had peaks that would have required you to exceed your firm capacity.
Oh, every day. There's
right.
peaks every day.
And the company, nevertheless, sorry.
We don't look at hourly peaks, right? It's all about the day. That's how we get measured by Transco. It's a daily penalty. It's POS is daily. Our gas supply is daily. The market is daily. So we don't look at individual peaks. That's the that's the pipeline's responsibility, right? So if we get a BCF of gas and we happen to peak twice in a day, that's not my concern. The pipeline handles that, right? They have compressors and compression. I send them my my schedule, my burn schedule, so they know what I'm going to do every hour, and they can handle that. I don't really get concerned with that.
Okay. And the company was able to meet any peaks in excess of its firm capacity through other means during the review.
So that's correct. So we don't. We have to rely on a constrained pipeline, and we are forced to use third-party supply, right? I mean, that's the bottom line. And some of that supply too, it's lumpy, right? So we go into a day and we have some daily calls that if we don't call on them and the load goes up later, we can't use them. And then we have some base load. And then we have obviously what we can schedule on our firm capacity. And then we'll have to buy delivered into our premium market, right, in Zone 5, the constrained premium market. So we have to buy delivered there. And yes, we do pay up intraday, right? Because the problem is if we don't get a day ahead, but then again, the forecast changes so much that by the time we are buying it, we're paying up in the intraday market. So we do rely on third parties. We have no choice. We have now, there's a couple things too. There's normally in a normal zone, if you have capacity, you can do what's called backhaul. And backhaul is basically displacement. So you can use your forward haul contract, and you can also basically displace gas from north of us. But that was cut off about a year and a half ago. So basically, because we're in a constrained area, We don't have that opportunity on backhaul. IT is, hell, it's 57 cents. Why would I pay that? And probably if I needed it, it wasn't there anyway. So what we wind up doing is buying a delivered product when we can, because that's all we can do.
Okay. Those are all my questions. I thank you very much for your time.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Ebersbach. Any questions from intervener Nucor Steel?
No questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Office of Regulatory Staff.
No questions from the ORS, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, let me get the screen switched. Commissioners, are there any questions?
Madam Chairman.
Commissioner Howard.
Mr. McCauley, you stated that in your third rebuttal testimony, the purpose of this fuel proceeding is to review the company's proposed fuel rate. With that in mind, you think that would prevent the commission from implementing Mr. Lander's recommendation in this proceeding?
I don't really have an opinion on that. I mean, I would have to say, you know, I don't really have an opinion on that. I'm sorry. You know, I think the only thing I'm trying to say here is in you know, operational land here day to day, we do not have what we need. And there's, you know, we're deficient in firm capacity. That's what I'm trying to say here. It's not that, you know, and we don't have extra to release. And, you know, we are constrained because we're only on one pipeline. And it's one of those things that, you know, I'm laying all that out there. So that's all I'm saying.
That's all. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Howard. Commissioners, any other questions?
Madam Chairman.
Yes, Commissioner Whitfield.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Mr. McClay, I got a question kind of related to your exchange you just had with Mr. Ebersbach. In Mr. Lander's surrebuttal testimony on page 4, he offers recommendations to improve consistency in the data the company provides. Is the company opposed to implementing either of these recommendations?
Yeah, I'm sorry. What page is that on?
Page 4 of Mr. Lander's surrebuttal.
Right. Okay. I mean, we'll always work towards better data quality, I'll say that, and we'll always strive to give whatever, you know, whatever is needed, but I mean, we're not going to reproduce something that we don't already do. I know that. As far as, yeah, so, I mean, I'm sure we'll do, we always try to obviously comply with everything that's asked of us, and we have no reason not to. So if there's something that, you know, obviously we think is useful, we will, but you know, there's a point where there's a lot of asks and it doesn't really provide benefit.
Kind of to follow that up a little bit, you had some discussion, a good exchange with Mr. Ebersbach. In one of the answers you gave, you said, used the word, the data not, you know, operational versus academic data. In other words, you have your gas dial and you're able to do things that you have to do as a company operationally each and every day. And while Mr. Eversbach is advocated for, if you had any idle capacity or anything to sell, he's advocated for trying to sell anything that might benefit ratepayers. And of course, you're from an operational standpoint, going through a lot of changes, as you described, some quicker than the hour. And I guess if I could characterize it right, while Mr. Eversbach looking for something, some help, if you will, for the ratepayer, and your answer is you're doing the best you can without putting reliability in jeopardy, or without subjecting yourself from serious fines by Transco. Is that an accurate characterization of what you are saying? Is that, or is there something you would dispute or add to with what I just said?
No, I think you're right. I mean, if we had it to release, and it would benefit without putting our operations in jeopardy. In fact, I will say this, you know, we talked about COVID impacts, and, you know, over the last month and a half, our gas burns have been down, and we've offered between 50 and 100,000 of our FT to the market at 2 cents every single day. And there was no market. Nobody wanted it, but we felt that we did have some room to do that because our gas burns are down, as well as we had a lot of outages. So you know, maintenance outages. So we did do it, and we did try. So if we ever could, of course we'll do it. But you know, the risk of getting a couple of $100 versus, you know, paying $500,000 or $2 million, you know, that's just something that we don't want to go there. But like I said, the past month and a half, we actually have put some out there.
And I heard you say that number again. You said it to Mr. Eversbach, that making a couple of $100, I think was and you just said it again. Right. And versus running the risk of really a serious fine or jeopardizing reliability. So while this commission has ordered the data from last year and more transparency and smaller time increments, if you would, and now we're getting there, what you're saying is, with the capabilities that you have now, and of course we as a commission, of course, always want to be as transparent as we can. Mr. Eversbach is calling for transparency too. So what you're saying, where you are now with technology you have and the constraints you have, other constraints, I'm not talking about technology constraints, you're saying as a company this is the best you can do for the ratepayer in terms of revenue wise, and also in terms of reliability concerns as well at this time.
At this time, and you know, since and I will say, like I said, you know, things have gotten better in terms of our reporting, a little better. So, you know, but below the operational data. But given our constraints, you know, and like in the past month and a half, we have tried to get revenue for the company, for the ratepayer. But you know, we try any way we can all the time. And I guess what I'm saying is using this is probably, you know, it's normally we're in a really tight situation, and it's not the right place to find nickels.
going forward, what do you think could be done to further enhance or improve or change this circumstance? And I know I'm asking you an opinion type question, and none of us have that crystal ball, but just indulge me if you are able to.
Okay. So our average burn in 2013-14 was 525,000. Our average burn now is about 800,000. Our average burn, and that's just average, not peak. Our peak burn this year in February is 1.5 BCF. And our average burn projected for 22 to 24 is approximately 1.26 BCF. So I guess what I'm recommending, obviously, is to get more firm transportation. Right? That would solve the problem and not put us in such a restricted way.
Thank you, Mr. McClay, for answering my question. That's all I have, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Whitfield. Mr. McClay, I have just a couple, and I really just want to understand. I'm looking on page 17 of your rebuttal, and I'm down at the bottom in lines 23 and 24. And you state this information is based on operational estimates and is not revenue grade. And I think I understand about the operational estimates, but please explain to me about the revenue grade.
That's basically pipeline quality that they bill us on.
So how did you, and I think you went through some of this, but just briefly describe what needs to be done to take the operational information to make the information this, quote, revenue grade or information that can be relied upon by this commission?
Yeah, so in real time, you can't do that because basically Transco, all the pipes have 7 days and after the end of the month to change things. So the best you're going to do is you can get daily data, revenue grade data, after the month is at month end. That would be you can get that because we pay the bill I think on the 21st the following month. So by the time we pay the bill, you'll get daily revenue grade quality data.
But you're getting all the daily data after you pay the bill. You're not getting that daily. Is that correct?
So we're, not revenue grade. Like I said, the dashboard. The dashboard monitors each plant, right, and takes data. Excuse me. And as we know, that's not revenue grade because the data is not coming directly from the pipe, and it's subject to a lot of, we'll say, issues. Some of it is actually we use a heat rate to back into it. In other words, we'll take the megawatts that are produced and we'll divide by the heat rate of the plant, and we'll get the hourly burn. So we'll use that data because that's the best we have. So it depends on the plant, the year it was built, and the technology that's there. So that's what's in the dashboard. But it is good data. It's just once in a while, or there'll be is because of the handshakes and data, just issues that happen from day to day. It's just IT issues, technical issues. It's not perfect.
And then over on page 18 of your testimony, where you're discussing the responses to the data request, down on lines 7 and 8, you say the company did not provide its hourly daily fuel burn information as the company does not operationally track this information in this format.
Yes, yeah, that's correct. Yeah. So
explain that sentence for me.
Yeah. So first of all, we don't have a lot of oil burns.
Okay, you're fading out. Lean into your microphone, please.
We don't have a lot of oil burns, first of all. But second of all, it's entered into a system by the plant the next day the actual oil burns, the gallons of oil that have been burned. It's not something that we track in the gas dashboard. It's not meant for that at all.
All right. I appreciate that. And then on lines 11 and 12, as the company has provided all the requested information it has available for production, tell me, when you use that phrase, for production, you talking about the production and discovery, or are you talking about operational production there?
I think it's, if we have it already ready, right, we can produce it. I believe, we'll give whatever we have, I think is what we're saying. If we have it and it's readily available and we're able to produce it, that's what we'll do.
Thank you very much. Let's see. Mr. Welborn, any redirect?
No, Madam Chairman, thank you.
Then, Mr. McClay, you may step down. Thank you very much for your testimony and your appearance today.
Thank you.
You okay? We need to take just a very short break for persons operating the systems here in the room. So it is about 12:05. We will be back at 12:15. And Mr. Welborn, who's your next witness?
Ms. Julie Turner.
Okay. Thank you all for bearing with us this morning, and we'll be back in about 10 minutes. 12:15. Thank you. Thank you for that break. We appreciate the party's indulgence. Mr. Wellborn.
Yes, Madam Chairman, thank you. The company would call to the stand Ms. Julie Turner.
Ms. Turner, would you please raise your right hand to be sworn?
Do you solemnly affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Mr. Wellborn, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Afternoon, Ms. Turner. Would you please state your name for the record?
Julie Kaiser Turner.
And by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I am the Vice President for Carolinas Coal for Duke Energy Progress and Duke Energy Carolinas.
And did you prepare or cause to be prepared 11 pages of amended direct testimony that was pre-filed with the Commission in this proceeding?
I did.
If I asked you the same questions that were contained within your pre-filed amended direct testimony this morning, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
Madam Chairman, at this time, I would ask that Ms. Turner's pre-filed amended direct testimony be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Mrs. Turner's amended direct pre-filed testimony will be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Turner, at this time, would you please provide a summary of your testimony?
Sure. Can everyone hear me okay before I get started?
I believe we can. Thank you.
All right, thank you. The purpose of my testimony is to describe DEP's generation portfolio and changes made since the prior year's filing, discuss the performance of DEP's fossil hydro solar facilities during the period of March 1st, 2019 through February 29th, 2020, provide information on significant outages that occurred during the review period, and discuss DEP's environmental compliance efforts. DEP's fossil hydro solar generation portfolio consists of 9,228 megawatts of generating capacity, which includes 3,166 megawatts of coal-fired generation, 2,816 megawatts of natural gas combustion turbine generation, and 2,970 megawatts of natural gas combined cycle generation, 227 megawatts of hydroelectric generation, and 49 megawatts of dependable solar capacity. Since last year's fuel proceeding, the Asheville combined cycle was commissioned, which increased its capacity by 474 megawatts. Additionally, the Asheville Units 1 and 2 coal-fired generation retired in January of 2020, reducing capacity by 378 megawatts. The company's generating units operated efficiently and reliably during the review period. During the review period, DEP's total system generation was 60,425,926 megawatt hours, of which approximately 52% was provided by the fossil hydro solar fleet. The breakdown includes 36% contribution from gas facilities, 15% contribution from coal-fired stations, and 1.1% contribution from hydro facilities, and 0.4% contribution from solar facilities. DEP has installed pollution control equipment in order to meet the various current reduction requirements for NOx and SO2 emissions. The type and quantity of emission-reducing chemicals varies depending on generation output, the chemical constituents in the fuel burned, and or the level of emission reductions required. The goal is to effectively comply with the emission regulations and provide the optimal total cost operating solution. DEP will continue to leverage new technologies and chemicals to meet present and future emission requirements. This concludes my direct testimony summary.
Thank you, Ms. Turner. If you would please answer any questions of council or the commission.
Certainly.
Any cross from CCL SACE?
No questions, Madam Chair.
Any cross from Nucor?
No questions, Madam Chair.
Any cross from ORS?
No questions, Madam Chair.
Commissioners, any questions for Mrs. Turner?
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Howard.
I've got one question. Defined, I guess, dependable solar generation. How do you determine how much dependable solar generation you have?
So the dependable means that if you think about the day that the sun is available, while the units may be capable of more output based on the size of the solar array, it's only going to be available for about 20 to 25% of the day, and that's what's meant by that dependable, because we're depending on the sun during those hours.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Howard. Mrs. Turner, I'm on page 9 of your testimony, and I'm looking at the chart, and let's see, you report the net capacity factor on the chart. Anyway, well, I wrote it down. You the net capacity factor for the coal-fired test period was 28.2% for the company versus a NERC average of 56.3%. And that was the NERC average for what, 2014 to 2018. Is there any particular reason why the company's average was so much lower than the NERC average?
So the NERC average could depend on what generating capability was available. So they may not have as many gas facilities, or they may have nuclear facilities. So it depends on what your makeup is of your generation fleet.
Thank you very much. Mr. Welborn, anything further?
I have no read yet, Madam Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Turner, thank you for your appearance and your testimony today. You are excused.
Thank you.
Mr. Welborn.
Yes, Madam Chairman. We would next call Mr. Kelvin Henderson to the stand, please.
Good morning, Mr. Henderson. Would you kindly raise your right hand to be sworn?
Mr. Henderson, do you solemnly affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Welborn, you may proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, or afternoon at this point, Mr. Henderson. Would you state your name for the record, please?
Kelvin Henderson.
And by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
Duke Energy. I am the Senior Vice President for Nuclear Operations.
Did you prepare or cause to be prepared 10 pages of direct testimony that was pre-filed with the Commission in this proceeding?
Yes, I did.
If I asked you the same questions that were contained within your pre-filed direct testimony, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
Madam Chairman, I would ask that Mr. Henderson's pre-filed direct testimony be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Mr. Henderson's pre-filed direct testimony will be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Thank you. Mr. Henderson, did you also prepare or cause to be prepared 2 publicly filed exhibits that were attached to your pre-filed direct testimony?
Yes, I did.
Do you have any changes to those exhibits at this time?
No.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I would ask that Mr. Henderson's 2 publicly filed exhibits be entered into the record as the next composite hearing exhibit.
Mr. Henderson's publicly available exhibits 1 and 2 will be the next, will be a composite exhibit. They will be identified as the next hearing exhibit number 4, I believe, and will be entered into the record of this case.
Thank you. Mr. Henderson, did you also prepare or cause to be prepared one confidentially filed exhibit that was previously attached to your pre-filed direct testimony?
Yes, I did.
And I understand that an amended version of that exhibit was filed yesterday, June 26, 2020. Is that correct? Or June 8th, rather, 2020, correct?
June 8th, that is correct.
Thank you. Do you have any further changes to that exhibit at this time?
No, I don't.
And Madam Chairman, thank you for noting at the start of this hearing that the confidentiality previously granted to his previously filed confidential exhibit would be extended to this exhibit. I appreciate that. I would ask that his amended confidentially filed exhibit be entered into the record as the next hearing is an exhibit and that it remain under seal.
Mr. Henderson's amended Exhibit 3, which is a confidential exhibit, will be marked for identification as hearing exhibit number 5, will be entered into the record of this case and will be maintained under seal. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Henderson, if you would please provide a summary of your testimony at this time.
Thank you. Good afternoon. The purpose of my testimony is to describe and discuss the performance of the Brunswick, Harris, and Robinson Nuclear Station for the period of March 1st, 2019 through February 29th, 2020. DEP's primary objective is to safely provide reliable, cost-effective electricity to our customers. Safe, efficient operations of our nuclear facilities support fulfillment of this objective. DEP operated its nuclear station in a reasonable and prudent manner during the review period and achieved a net nuclear capacity factor, excluding reasonable outage time, of 101.97%, which is above the 92.5% standard set forth in the South Carolina Code 58-27-865F. The 4 nuclear units operated at an actual system average capacity factor of 91.74% over the review period and supplied approximately 47.7% of the total power generated by Duke Energy Progress. There were 2 refueling outages completed during the review period. Harris shut down for a scheduled refueling outage beginning October 12, 2019. Maintenance activities, safety system enhancements, and inspections were also completed during the outage. The unit's reactor vessel head was replaced, main generator work was complete, large pump and motor refurbishments and replacements were made, and inspections of the steam generators, main generator, and exciter were completed. Harris returned to service on November 18, 2019. The outage was completed in 37.6 days compared to a scheduled allocation of 39 days. Brunswick Unit 2 was removed from service on March 2, 2019 for refueling. In addition to refueling, safety and reliability enhancements were also completed. Feed water heaters and venturis were replaced. The electro-hydraulic control system for the main turbine was replaced with a modern digital control system, and reactor recirculation pump seals were replaced with an improved design. During the Brunswick Unit 2 refueling outage, there was an unanticipated issue with the turbine bearing as the unit was preparing to exit the outage. While the company worked to resolve the turbine bearing issue, Brunswick Unit 1 experienced a dry well leak associated with a failed instrument coupling. The company was required to conduct extensive inspections and replace similar couplings on Brunswick Unit 2, causing the refueling outage to extend 10 days beyond allocation and returning the unit to service on April 13, 2019. The outage was completed in 42 days compared to a scheduled allocation of 32 days. Consistent with site procedures, both Brunswick units were brought offline due to the impending landfall of Hurricane Dorian, resulting in Brunswick Unit 1 being offline for 3.8 days and Brunswick Unit 2 being offline for 2.3 days. In general, refueling and maintenance requirements impact the availability of our nuclear system. The company's scheduling philosophy is to plan for the best possible duration for each outage activity within the outage plan. Although one of the refueling outages extended beyond the original schedule allocation, overall the company achieved its net nuclear capacity factor of 101.97, excluding reasonable outage time. DEP's performance results support its continued commitment for achieving high performance without compromising safety and reliability. This concludes my testimony summary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If you would now please answer any questions of council or the commission.
Thank you, Mr. Welborn. CCL and SACE.
No questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Nucor Steel.
No questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you. ORS.
No questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Commissioners.
Madam Chair, lady.
Commissioner Irvin.
Thank you. Mr. Henderson, how are you this afternoon?
I'm doing well, sir.
Good. Wanted to ask you, just as a follow-up to your testimony, in reading Mr. Bickley's direct testimony, I believe it's Exhibit BSB 4, he kept a report of the ongoing nuclear outages during the test period, and looking at that exhibit, it appears there were more forced outages reported in this test period compared to the previous test period. Is that correct? I believe there were six here. Is that right, in the current?
Force outages, sir? This
Well,
test period?
Maybe we just should say outages. There were six during this test period?
That's correct. There would have been two refueling outages, the two Brunswick outages for Hurricane Dorian, and the Robinson exciter outage was the other, and then Brunswick Unit 1 force outage due to the failed instrument coupling. So that would be the six.
Yes, sir. Listening to your testimony, though, it sounds like this, even though you had a greater number of this test period, it really didn't affect system reliability. Is that a fair statement?
That is correct, sir.
And it didn't really affect fuel cost either, did it?
That's also correct, sir.
All right. So there's nothing that indicates a problem with reliability of service as it relates to your nuclear fleet. Is that fair to say?
That is fair to say, sir. That the plants they have operated very, very reliably. The issue at Brunswick Unit 1 with the failed instrument coupling was a 30-year-old issue that just rebuilt itself. But the units have operated very reliably.
Are other units that have a similar turbine coupling that Bell had to replace? Is that a potential problem with other units in the system?
Yes, sir. That the coupling was on instrument line, not associated with the turbine. But to answer your question directly, none of our other units have the same couplings, and the couplings that we had in Brunswick Unit 1 and Brunswick Unit 2, we removed all of the couplings that could potentially have a similar failure in the future.
Very good. So it's fair to conclude that you're not going to have the same issue in other units anywhere in the system.
That's correct.
Thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you, sir.
That's all the questions I have.
Any other commissioners? Mr. Henderson, you just stated in response to Commissioner Irvin that forced outage with Brunswick 2 with regard to the coupling on the instrument panel was a 30-year-old issue. Can you explain what you meant by that?
Yes, Madam Chair. And actually, it was Brunswick Unit 1. I mean, it's the same issue for both units, but when the issue revealed itself. It was on Brunswick Unit 1 when it was operating at full power. So about 30 years ago, we installed some instruments to monitor performance of some of our primary systems. Some of these locations were very difficult to run instrument tubing, so we ended up using what's called a pipe coupling made of a material that when you cool the material, and when I say cool, it's put in a nitrogen bath. That material, that coupling expands. You can push two ends of the pipe into the coupling, and then when the coupling reheats, it'll seal itself as if you welded that pipe together. We installed these couplings on a number of lines around 1989, 1990, and 1991. So those couplings have been in operation for over 30 years, and this was the first failure that we've seen of one of those couplings.
Okay, but I reckon the question was going to, this is not something that was already identified by an NRC directive to check on 30 years ago and was not. That's kind of where I was going. There was nothing from the NRC.
You're correct, ma'am.
Nothing from the NRC warning of failures like this at other plants. Is that a correct statement?
Nothing from the NRC warning of any failures of this nature.
Okay, and this outage, or the failure occurred on Unit 1 that had to be corrected, but you were already in an outage in Unit 2, and that is part of what led to the extension of the Unit 2 outage to repair this in Unit 2 as well. Is that a correct statement?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you very much for your testimony. Mr. Welborn, do you have any redirect?
No, Madam Chairman, thank you.
Okay. Mr. Henderson, thank you for your appearance and your testimony today. You may stand down.
Thank you.
Mr. Welborn.
If it pleases the commission, Madam Chairman, Katie Brown, counsel for Duke Energy Progress, will present our last two witnesses.
Thank you. Welcome, Ms. Brown. You may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Can everybody hear me?
I believe so.
Right. Madam Chairman, then the company would next call Mr. Jason Martin to the stand.
Mr. Martin, would you please raise your right hand to be sworn in?
Yes, ma'am.
I believe Ms. Wheat might be muted.
Sorry about that.
Do you solemnly affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Martin, would you please state your name for the record?
Yes, Jason Daniel Martin.
By whom are you employed and in what capacity?
Duke Energy Progress, LLC, and I'm the South Carolina Strategy and Policy Director for Distributed Energy Technology.
Did you prepare or cause to be prepared 14 pages of direct testimony that were pre-filed with the Commission in this proceeding?
Yes, I did.
If I asked you the same questions that were in your pre-filed direct testimony this morning, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
Madam Chairman, I would ask that Mr. Martin's pre-filed direct testimony be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Mr. Martin's pre-filed direct testimony will be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Mr. Martin, did you also prepare or cause to be prepared one exhibit that was attached to your pre-filed direct testimony?
Yes, I did.
Do you have any changes to that exhibit at this time?
No, there are no changes.
Madam Chairman, I would ask that Mr. Martin's pre-filed exhibit be entered into the record as the next hearing exhibit.
Mr. Martin's direct pre-filed exhibit 1 will be marked for identification as hearing exhibit number 6 and entered into the record of this case.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Mr. Martin, would you please provide a summary of your testimony at this time?
Yes. The purpose of my testimony is to provide support for the Distributed Energy Resource Program, or DERP, costs that are incorporated into the proposed fuel factor sponsored by Witness Harrington. I will describe the nature of the cost as well as any changes made to the DERP portfolio since the 2019 fuel proceeding, and the company's calculations of the components of the value of the net energy metering distributed energy resources. DEP incurred DERP costs totaling $3,112,295 in the review period, anticipates incurring $1,567,860 during the estimated period, and projects to incur $6,198,610 in the billing period. These costs represent the avoided and incremental costs associated with the company's approved DERP offerings, including 1, purchase power agreements executed to fulfill the company's utility scale solar goals under Act 236, 2, distributed energy resource net energy metering incentive, 3, solar rebate program, 4, carrying costs and deferred solar rebate amounts, 5, shared solar program, 6, net metering avoided capacity costs, 7, net meter costs, 8, general and administrative expenses, including incremental labor costs as direct result of DERP, IT, and billing enhancements, and other administrative costs associated with delivering these new programs to the customers. As of March 2020, DEP has met its renewable generation goals under Act 236. Additionally, by applying the avoided cost methodology and rates recently approved by the Commission Orders 2019-881A and 2020-315A, as well as updated input assumptions, DEP has updated the 2020 value of NEM distributed energy resources to $0.02445 per kilowatt hour for schedules RES and R-TOUD, and $0.02443 per kilowatt hour for schedules SGS, and $0.02446 per kilowatt hour for all other schedules. This concludes my testimony summary.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. If you would, please answer any questions of council or the commission.
Yes.
Say CCL, any questions?
No questions.
Nucor Steel, any questions?
No questions, Madam Chair.
ORS, any questions?
No questions, Madam Chair.
Commissioners, questions for Mr. Martin?
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Irvin?
oh, Mr. Morton, how are you this afternoon?
Fine, Commissioner Irvin.
Good. On page 8 of your pre-filed direct testimony, I'm going to call your attention to Table 5. When you get there, would you let me know?
Yes, sir. I have it in front of me.
All right. Table 5, as I understand it, outlines the values of the NEM distributed energy resources by component. Is that correct?
That's correct.
What ancillary services does the company offer related to NEM distributed energy resources?
All right. Yes, sir. This value is applied from the avoided cost hearing, where we have the system integration service charge now applying to solar integration to the system, and that value is attributed here as an ancillary services with the net energy metering projects.
All right, sir. And how are the ancillary service costs quantified, and why does it result in a decrease to the total value?
It's quantified based upon the impacts to the system that was agreed to in the settlement from the avoided cost case that we had with Duke Energy Progress, and it's on a per kilowatt hour basis.
All right. In last year's fuel case, I believe docket 2019-1E, the ancillary services value was 0. I'm wondering why the company made the decision to assign a value to ancillary services in this proceeding.
Yes, sir. This was as a result of the outcome from the avoided cost hearing that we've had recently. We attributed a value to the system integrated service charge.
All right, and that was agreement among all the parties? Is that your understanding?
That's correct. It was a settled item in the case.
Settlement agreement, okay. Now, the total value of NEM distributed energy resources has decreased then from year over year. I believe that results in about a 51% reduction. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
Okay. And so, my follow-up on that, I'm trying to figure out what's contributed to the significant decrease in these values over the last year. Would it be that the settlement agreement or some other reason?
Well, the settlement agreement was a component of that. Also, the resulting avoided cost values that were attributed to renewable or solar generation for the production energy sold back to the company. So the marginal energy cost and marginal capacity cost, that are the top two items there, also were reduced from the agreement or from the result of the avoided cost hearing.
All right, thank you, sir. Those are all the questions I have.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Irvin. Any commissioners, any other commissioners? Mr. Martin, I'm on page 3 of your testimony with that table 1. And I understand tier 1, and I can make those numbers come out and see where those are coming from. But on tier 2, I can't make those numbers give me the percentage of goal that you have stated there. Can you explain that that table to me?
Yes, ma'am. In Act 236, there was a 1% goal that was identified for tier 1 and tier 2. In the tier 2 language, there was a carve out for the amount of projects under 20 kW as stated in the law. So we've measured against that carve out to identify how we have performed on the goal itself, and that's why those numbers look in that fashion, as opposed to being 100 and some odd % of the 13 megawatt goal. It's reflective of that carve out and the total value.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am.
Any redirect?
No redirect, Madam Chair.
Mr. Martin, thank you for your appearance this morning and for your testimony, and you may stand down.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Ms. Brown? Sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The company would next call Ms. Dana Harrington to the stand.
Ms. Harrington, would you please raise your right hand to be sworn in by the court reporter?
Ms. Harrington, do you solemnly affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Ms. Brown, you may proceed.
Thank you. Ms. Harrington, would you please state your for the record?
Dana Harrington.
By whom are you employed and in what capacity?
By Duke Energy, and I'm a rates manager.
Did you prepare or cause to be prepared 17 pages of direct testimony that were pre-filed with the commission in this proceeding?
Yes, I did.
If I asked you the same questions that were asked in your pre-filed direct testimony this morning, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
Madam Chair, I would ask that Ms. Harrington's pre-filed direct testimony be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Ms. Harrington's pre-filed direct testimony will be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Harrington, did you also prepare or cause to be prepared 14 exhibits that were attached to your pre-filed direct testimony?
Yes, I did.
Do you have any changes to those exhibits at this time?
No, I do not.
Madam Chairman, I would ask that Ms. Harrington's pre-filed exhibit be entered as the next composite hearing exhibit.
Ms. Harrington's exhibits 1 through 14 will be marked for identification as composite hearing exhibit 7 and entered into the record of this case.
Thank you. Ms. Harrington, would you please provide a summary of your testimony at this?
Certainly. The purpose of my direct testimony is to propose fuel factors by customer class to become effective July 1st, 2020 for DEP's South Carolina customers. My testimony reports DEP's actual expenditures for fuel, capacity-related costs, and environmental costs incurred while providing energy service to South Carolina customers for the review period of March 1st, 2019 through February 29th, 2020. My testimony also reports costs incurred related to DEP's Distributed Energy Resource Program, also known as DERP, for the review period. In addition, my testimony provides DEP's projected fuel costs, capacity-related costs, environmental costs, and DERP costs for the estimated period of March 1st, 2020 through June 30th, 2020, and the billing period of July 1st, 2020 through June 30th, 2021. DEP's recommended base fuel rate for the billing period is 1.830 cents per kilowatt hour to recover the South Carolina retail share of $1.1 billion of projected system fuel expense. Projected environmental and capacity-related costs allocated to the South Carolina retail jurisdiction during the billing period are $1.7 million and $21.9 million, respectively. The anticipated deferred environmental balance at June 30th, 2020 is an overcollection of $605,879. And the anticipated capacity-related under-recovery balance at June 30th, 2020 is $2.1 million. Environmental and capacity-related costs are allocated to residential, general service non-demand, and general service demand rate classes based on the firm coincident peak of the prior calendar year. The combined proposed environmental and capacity-related factors by customer class are 0.553 cents per kilowatt hour for residential, 0.37 cents per kilowatt hour for general service non-demand, and $1.14 per kilowatt for general service demand. DERP avoided costs allocated to South Carolina retail customer classes based on firm coincident peak of the prior calendar year are projected to be $134,000 for the billing period. The anticipated under-recovery balance at June 30th, 2020 is $37,000. The proposed DERP avoided cost rates are 0.002 cents per kilowatt hour for residential, 0.001 cents per kilowatt hour for general service non-demand customers, and 2 cents per kilowatt for general service demand customers. The company's DERP incremental costs, which are allocated 100% to South Carolina retail customers, are projected to be $5 million for the billing period. DERP incremental costs were approximately $2.5 million during the review period, and the anticipated under-recovery balance at June 30th, 2020 is approximately $246,000. DEP allocates DERP incremental costs to residential, commercial, and industrial rate classes based on the firm coincident peak of each class during the prior calendar year. The proposed monthly DERP per account charges are $1 for residential customers, $3.69 for commercial customers, and $100 for industrial customers. These DERP incremental rates include gross receipts taxes and regulatory fees. The residential and industrial customer classes have reached the per account cost caps established by Act 236. The company's review period fuel costs, capacity-related costs, environmental costs, and DERP costs are considered reasonable and reflecting DEP's continuing efforts to maintain reliable service and comply with state-sanctioned renewable energy initiatives in an efficient manner, thereby minimizing the total cost of providing service to DEP South Carolina retail customers. The impact of the rates set forth in my direct testimony for an average residential customer using 1,000 kilowatt hours per month is a decrease of $4.11 per month, or approximately 3.5%. Approximate decreases anticipated in the average monthly bill of the remaining customer classes are as follows: 1.9% for general service non-demand customers, 2.3% for general service demand customers, and 0.5% for lighting customers. This concludes the summary of my testimony.
Thank you, Ms. Harrington. If you would, please answer any questions of council or the commission.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Say CCL, any questions?
No questions, Madam Chair.
Nucor Steel, any questions?
No questions, Madam Chair.
ORS, any questions?
No questions, Madam Chair.
Thank y'all. Commissioners? Any questions? Okay, don't see any. Ms. Harrington, there have been no cross, there's no redirect, so you may, thank you for your appearance and your testimony today, and you may step down.
Thank you.
Okay, do we want to try to get Mr. Gregory up for his to get his testimony and summary in before we break for lunch? Do we have a feeling from the parties? We were planning to go to about 1:15. So if we can get him up for his summary and get his exhibits in, can we go forward with that? I'm sorry. Let me go back. Ms. Brown, Mr. Welborn, do you have anything else?
I don't, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Okay. So next we'd be going.
Thank you.
Next we would be going to say CCL. What say you, Mr. Who we got? Mr. Holman, or who we have?
Mr.
Eversbach
will be presenting. Yes.
Can we go ahead with Mr. Lander and put up his direct?
Sure. Mr. Lander, are you there? One moment, Madam Chair. Let me see if I can locate this.
Pardon me, I was on mute. I think I turned on my camera. Do you see it? No? It says preview only. How do I get it to be? Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Greg.
Okay. So when I shut it off, I knew how to shut it off, and I'm trying to turn it on, and I got the blue light, but under my face says preview only. Not sure how to.
Try clicking on your camera icon.
Oh yeah, I turned off all those little things. Hold on. That would be under view, meeting controls. Thank you very much. And you can see me now, right?
I can.
Super. I apologize for the delay.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. South Carolina Coastal Conservation League and Southern Alliance for Clean Energy call Gregory M. Lander to the stand.
Thank you, Mr. Eversbach. Mr. Lander, would you raise your right hand to be sworn in, please, by the court reporter?
Do you solemnly affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Lander, would you state your name and business address for the record, please?
Gregory M. Lander. My business address is 83 Pine Street, Suite 101, Peabody, Mass. 01960.
Mr. Lander, did you cause to be pre-filed in this docket direct testimony consisting of 22 pages and 5 exhibits?
Yes, I did.
And did you cause to be pre-filed a confidential version of your direct testimony and a confidential version of exhibit GML-4?
Yes, I did.
And did you also cause to be pre-filed in this Sir rebuttal testimony consisting of 9 pages?
Yes, I did.
Do you have any changes or corrections to your pre-filed direct or Sir rebuttal testimony at this time?
I do not.
If the questions put to you in your testimony were asked at the hearing today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Were the exhibits to your testimony prepared by you or under your direction?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I would move, Madam Chair, excuse me, I would move to have the public version of Mr. Lander's pre-filed direct testimony entered into the record as though given orally from the stand, and to have the public exhibits attached to his pre-filed direct testimony identified as pre-marked exhibits GML 1, 2, 3, and 5. And I would further move to have the confidential version of Mr. Lander's direct testimony and exhibit GML-4, which is the only confidential exhibit, entered into the record under seal. And finally, I would move to have Mr. Lander's pre-filed Sir rebuttal testimony entered into the record as though given orally from the stand.
Okay. Let's see. We've got confidential testimony and a confidential exhibit, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So we will enter Mr. Lander's public and confidential testimony into the record as if given from the stand, with the confidential version remaining under seal. We will accept and mark for identification Mr. Lander's public exhibits, and we will mark those as the next hearing exhibit, which will be 8, and that will be Mr. Lander's exhibits 1, 2, 3, and 5 will comprise hearing exhibit 8. That is marked for identification and entered into the record of this case.
Madam Chair and Mr. Eversbach, this may not be necessary, but just procedurally, I'll just renew my motion to strike a portion of this rebuttal testimony at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Welborn. Your motion is noted. And as previously stated, we will rule on the final order. And then Mr. Lander's Exhibit 4 will be, there's a public and confidential version. That will be marked as hearing exhibit number 9, with the public version as part of the transcript and the confidential version remains sealed. Does that cover everything?
It does. Thank you. Mr. Lander, did you prepare a summary of your direct and rebuttal testimony today?
I did.
Would you please give your summary to the Commission?
Thank you, I will. My name is Gregory Lander. I am head of Skipping Stone LLC's Energy Logistics Practice. The purpose of my testimony is to discuss my evaluation of how Duke Progress, the company, has used its existing firm pipeline capacity contracts between March 1, 2019 and February 29, 2020. After reviewing the company's dockets, documents, and data, I reached the following conclusions. First, my analysis showed that the company made good utilization of its long-term firm capacity and was able to reliably meet peak hourly demands with the use of its existing contractual network and swing services by local distribution companies and/or the Transco pipeline. There is no indication that the company needs additional firm pipeline capacity or that such an addition would be economically justified. In my opinion, there are sufficient assets available to and used by the company to provide sustainable, reliable service to customers without increasing fixed costs to ratepayers. Second, while companies' use of its capacity is at a relatively high load factor, there are periods when it has idle pipeline capacity that it could sell on the secondary capacity market to provide additional ratepayer value. Finally, I would like to commend the company for its efforts to provide more granular hourly data on its fuel consumption in accordance with the Commission's order in last year's Duke Energy Carolinas fuel cost proceeding. However, there were gaps and inconsistencies in the company's provided data that impeded critical aspects of my analysis. To assess the company's overall gas needs, I must be able to calculate how much of the company's gas usage is driven by combined cycle units versus combustion turbines at the same delivery location, and to what extent those combustion turbines are burning fuel oil instead of natural gas. This information is needed to understand what is driving the company's usage during hourly and daily periods of high demand, but the company did not provide and does not track its hourly, daily fuel oil burn information. Further, there were discrepancies in the company-designated plant names that made it challenging to analyze the data. And the company's data on actual burn, as provided in Figure 1 of James McClay's rebuttal testimony, does not appear to match what was provided to SACE, and CCL in discovery. SACE and CCL served data requests well ahead of the filing of the company's direct testimony, precisely because the schedule does not provide sufficient time for discovery between the deadlines for the direct testimony of the parties. But we're still unable to obtain consistent and reliable data to support our analysis and testimony. Absent a change to these testimony deadlines in the future, the company should be prepared to provide consistent and reliable data in response to early data requests like those that were served here. To that end, I recommend that the Commission require the company to, 1, monetize its unused capacity or show why such monetization is impossible. 2, standardize plant names or designations in its provided data, or provide a cross-reference table that would facilitate a comparison of electricity generation per hour and consumption of natural gas by hour. And 3, in future fuel cases, collect and provide for each generation unit its hourly generation, unit type, i.e. combined cycle or peaking/combustion turbine, and the type and quantity of fuel consumed by hour. That concludes my summary.
Thank you, Mr. Lander. Mr. Lander is now available for questions from the commissioners and cross-examination by the parties.
Thank you, Mr. Lander, Mr. Excuse me, and Mr. Ebersbach. Mr. Ebersbach, I would like to, one thing that I neglected to do with the exhibits is, in addition to the exhibits, there was an appendix consisting of 4 tables attached to Mr. Lander's direct testimony. Do you have any objection if that appendix is also included in the composite hearing exhibit? I think it just makes things a little cleaner with the transcript.
That's fine with me.
Okay, thank you. So that is hearing. That is the public version. So that will be hearing exhibit 8, and that will include the appendix to the direct testimony as well as exhibits 1, 2, 3, and 5. Is that correct? Thank you.
Yeah.
It's about 12 minutes after 1. Thank you for going ahead and let's getting started with Mr. Lander, and thank you, Mr. Lander, for your acquiescing to that. We're going to break for lunch, and we will be back at 2:25, please. If that'll allow everybody enough time. See you at 2:25. Thank you. afternoon. Thank you all for letting us get a lunch break. Hope y'all were able to get something for lunch too. I believe we are on CCL now. Mr. Ebersbach, you and Mr. Lander are up, I believe. We've done the direct.
That's right.
Have we done a summary?
Mr. Lander's still under oath?
Yes, sir, he is.
Okay. So we had ended with, he had read his summary, and he was tendered for cross-examination.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's see, we will, ORS, any cross for Mr. Lander? I'm sorry, Nucor Steel. I'm sorry.
No questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you. ORS?
No questions, Madam Chair.
Duke? Progress?
I do, Madam Chair. Just some questions. And I'll say that I can hear you, and maybe it's just me, but it's not maybe as loud as it was prior to the break. I'm not sure if that's on my side or.
We'll see if
I think it's generally.
we'll see if some adjustments can be done.
Can't hear you at all.
I'm having trouble hearing you too, Chairman Belser.
That might be me. I appreciate you calling it to my attention. That help?
No.
No? Can we adjust the back, please? We have
Noise from the number ending in 8144.
whoever's calling in from 8144, last four digits, can you mute? Unless you're the witness.
Not, I'll mute them.
We are getting some background noise here.
All right, they're muted now.
Does that help any?
Yes, very much.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Welborn, would you like to proceed, please?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Lander. How you doing?
Good afternoon. I'm well, thank you.
You had included in your resume as an exhibit to your testimony, and it seems that you have a lot of pipeline experience, but have you been employed by an electric utility previously?
That's not, no, I have not.
And so you've never personally been responsible for operating or planning dispatch a system of electric generating plants, isn't that right?
Not personally, no.
And your testimony offers a hindsight analysis that focuses on gas burns after the fact. Isn't that correct?
I'm not sure what you mean by after the fact. The gas burns data that I was provided obviously had to have occurred to be provided that data.
Yes, sir. And you understand, though, that electric utilities, instead of this sort of after the fact, review period analysis that we're doing as part of this fuel case, and it's an integral part of the fuel case, but that electric utilities have to make preparations in advance in order to reliably meet load. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Mr. Lander, can you get it? Excuse me, Mr. Welborn. Mr. Lander, can you get any closer to your microphone?
Oh, sure. Let me turn it up a little bit too. Does that help?
I think so. Thank you very much. Sorry, Mr. Welborn.
Sorry.
No problem. And so as part of that preparation to meet load, electric utilities must secure fuel in advance based on those predictions that it's made. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
And it's not your testimony that the company should secure only the precise exact amount of fuel capacity that it's going to need in real time. I mean, that would be impossible. Would you agree with that?
That would be extraordinarily unusual, yes.
Yes, sir. And would you agree that, so we talked about electric utilities planning in advance to meet load.
Let me modify that. With respect to combined cycles that operate in base load mode, among those that are anticipated to run all day, that fuel would be largely discernible in advance. To the extent you get to intermediates and peaking, that becomes much more problematic in terms of precisely predicting demand and therefore the generation to meet that demand.
Yes, sir. And so in making those plans, the utilities have to take into account weather patterns and trends and that kind of thing. Would you agree that weather trends that inform those forecasts tend to be regional in nature? For example, if it's a cold day in Columbia, it's probably also a cold day in Charlotte.
Subject to check, I anticipate that to be the case. It's not necessarily the case in other northeastern jurisdictions, but I'll take your word for it for the mid-Atlantic and southern regions.
Yes, sir. Thank you. And for that reason, what you expect on days when the company would theoretically be in a position to release fuel capacity that other utilities probably wouldn't need it on those days?
If you're talking about utilities in the same delivery area, that's probably the case. However, much of your capacity spans multiple zones and regions, and so and marketers may be able to utilize that capacity to serve loads other than generation. But yes.
Okay, thank you. On page 8, lines 5 through 7 of your rebuttal testimony, and I'll give you a second.
You said rebuttal?
Yes, sir.
And if you give me the page again, please.
Yes, sir. It's page 8, lines 5 through 7. There's sort of a complaint there that discrepancies in data shouldn't be revealed to parties only through rebuttal testimony, that would be an improper practice. Is that a reference to the incomplete operational data that Duke Progress provided in discovery?
No, it was a reference to the scheduled quantity on the figure 1 in particular, scheduled quantity data that was provided to us in 2.1 versus the appearance of the scheduled quantity data in figure 1.
Yes, and sir. Okay, thank you.
As well as the same scheduled quantity data in 2.1 versus the actual burn data. We've learned during this hearing that the actual burn data apparently came from the allocated data, which is the combination of your scheduled quantities to locations plus the quantities of other shippers to that same location, and between those two comprising the actual burn. But until this hearing, it wasn't clear to us what the actual burn numbers came from, because they didn't reflect anything that we had been provided in discovery, either in magnitude or even in detail.
Yes, sir, and thank you. Do you have the company's responses to SACE and CCL's discovery available for reference?
Possibly. Depends on which ones. Give me a moment. I didn't print everything out because they're voluminous, but I did bring my data sticks.
Well, it's not necessarily pressing that you have it in front of you. I think, Madam Chairman, for what it's worth, this is the point at which I would hold up a piece of paper, and maybe show it to Mr. Lander in person. Obviously, we don't have that luxury in this moment, but I'm going to read back to you, and you tell me if this is familiar or not, SACE and CCL's Discovery Request 1-7, which was discussed previously during this hearing. It stated, please provide in MS Excel format the company's gas use by hour, by day, for each of the company's generating facilities for the current period, and include the pipeline and contract ID used to deliver such gas. Does that sound about right?
Yes.
And so the company referred to, and quote unquote, the company referred to in this discovery request, that's Duke Energy Progress, correct? Not Duke Carolinas and Duke Progress.
Well, I mostly asked for companies because it became clear from I believe, the original testimony as well, that, and data that we had required in preparation for this hearing, that the two entities operate as one the purposes of managing their contracts and dispatching fuel, and that there's an allocation, either after the fact or in advance or whatever, between the South Carolina pieces and the North Carolina pieces, and across and among DEP and DEC. And so the reason we asked the question the way we did, which is to get the totality plus the portion allocated to South Carolina, was to try to get an overview, sort of a holistic overview, and then the detail. It became clear to us at that point as well that the allocation between the two was a straight, it appeared to me by math, to be 10%. Pardon me. And that therefore the daily differences that we were anticipating seeing weren't there. There was just a 10% allocator. So not knowing in advance, A, what the allocator would be, or also whether there would be variations, we asked, I believe, for both the totality and the South Carolina alone breakout.
And so, Mr. Lander, were you able to put your hands on that discovery request that I mentioned a moment ago?
I've loaded the stick. Let me open it. You're talking about 1.7?
Yes, sir. And so it says, and I'll read it again and tell me if this is correct or not, but please provide in MS Excel format the company's singular possessive gas use by hour by day for each of the company's singular possessive generating facilities. Does that sound correct?
I'll take your word for it.
Yes, sir. And the company, quote unquote, was referred to in this discovery request in the definition section, which defined, quote, the company, end quote, as a defined term to mean Duke Progress. Does that sound familiar?
Yes.
So would you agree or disagree that the company provided their information that was requested?
Well, I have to take your word for it.
Yes, sir. Thank you. And I don't suppose you have the response, the company's response to that request available in front of you, do you?
I do. Just give me a second. This is the Word document or the spreadsheet?
Yes, sir. Either one. So for the benefit of the commission, if you'll verify, there's a Word document within which is embedded an Excel spreadsheet. Is that correct?
Yes, I've opened the Excel spreadsheet.
Yes, sir. In the Word document, there's a disclaimer or a note that says, and you can verify this language, quote, these usage estimates are based on operational data flows at each station and are subject to change based on final end-of-month settlement reconciliations with the pipeline, end quote. Does that sound right?
Yes.
And so it's true then that the company informed States and CCL when it provided its discovery response that the data was operational and subject to a reconciliation with the pipeline. Is that correct?
Yep, and in my direct testimony, I commended you for making available the data you had, at the granularity you had, at the quality you had, and noted also in Mr. McClary's rebuttal that you're a continuous improvement organization and you're continuing to work on making that better, as he also mentioned in today's discussion with Mr. Eversach, whose name I've just murdered, that this dashboard that he referred to is a critical piece of management application, for lack of a better word, that enables them to, keep a good handle on schedule versus burn versus penalties, and allows them to operate very complicated markets. So again, I commended it in my direct. I commend here today in my discussion with you that this data that you rely on, that provides certainly indicative and actionable information that you act on within a gas day and post-gas day to stay out of penalty range is important data.
Yes, sir. Thank you for your time, Madam Chairman. I don't have any other questions for this witness. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Welborn. Commissioners, any questions for Mr. Lander?
Madam Chairman.
Commissioner Howard?
I can barely hear you again.
Sorry, Commissioner Howard?
Yes, that's Mr. Landers. I know we've discussed it before, but monetization of excess pipeline capacity, I'd like for you to discuss that with me in relationship to the off-balance or pipeline imbalance penalties. Is there a breaking point of selling excess capacity to overcome, or do you believe that this lends itself to the imbalance penalties?
Well, as Mr. McClary said, it's a complicated matter, and the way that they balance at the end of the day requires both their contracts, according to Mr. McClary, as well as the contracts of others delivering to their locations, and coordinating both the others. I'm going to use an XYZ marketing company as an example. So XYZ marketing company has more gas on a contract than they have delivered to their markets. And Mr. McClary has less gas at his locations than he burned. So Mr. McClary is short, XYZ marketing company is long. He's happened to contact them or been in contact with them, or traders were in contact with them, and realized that the capacity of the XYZ marketing company encompassed locations where Mr. McClary burned gas, and worked out with that company that he would accept their allocation or their delivery, their post hoc, after the fact, the post-date schedule. He would accept their delivery. They would make the gas show up contractually off of their contracts to his location, and he would then come closer to, if not in balance. The other way he could do that, he being McClary, is that if he had gas already on his contract, but it was going to a different location than burned it, he would be able to reallocate or redispatch or reschedule that gas to his location. So in the first case, it's using the contracts of people who are selling gas and transporting gas on Transco and balancing with him, their over to his under, or vice versa, his over to their under. And the other one is to get gas either moved around on his contracts or from locations into his contracts from others. Keep in mind that these post-day allocations do not change burn. They don't change what happened. They just change whose name is on the burn, or whose name is on the gas that got burned. And
caller.
Sorry, that's not coming from my line.
That's my fault.
Okay. Well, I hope it's not a reaction to what I'm saying.
No, nothing to do with it.
Okay, let me collect my thoughts. So the post-day scheduling does not affect burn. It affects whose name is on the burn. And so what's important is that the system, the pipeline system, is in balance physically. What the pipeline doesn't know is, until this post-day operation, is whose gas went where, and is there gas that went nowhere, and is there burn that got no gas? And so, to the extent there's gas that went nowhere, there could be a penalty, and to the extent there's burn that doesn't have a name on that burn, there could be a penalty. But in fact, the system is in physical balance because the system operated. And so this post-day operation is an accounting, if you will, operation, or a paper operation, not a physical operation. Did that answer your question?
Yeah, that gives me a little more clarity to it. Thank you very much. I appreciate you answering that.
You're welcome.
That's the end of my question.
Thank you, Commissioner Howard. Any other commissioner questions? Thank you. Mr. Ebersbach, any redirect?
Yes, just a couple of questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Only within the scope
Mr. Lander,
this is my only within the scope of what was asked on cross, please.
Of course. Yes, ma'am. Mr. Lander, do you recall a moment ago Mr. Wellborn was asking you some questions about weather trends being a regional phenomenon?
Yes.
And I think the point he made, and the record will reflect it, but something to the effect of when the company might be in a position to release capacity, other utilities wouldn't need it because of that, I guess, regional sameness of weather?
You did say that, yes.
Okay. So my question about that is, based on your review of the data provided, did not Duke itself obtain capacity from other parties regionally during the review period?
It did. Some of it obtained well in advance of the review of the use or the effectiveness of that capacity. So, say capacity was effective. I'm just going to pick dates of March 1 to March 31. It may have acquired that in November of the prior year. May have acquired that in January. I don't recall looking for that, but yes, it did acquire capacity in advance of its use.
Okay. And then my only other question is, Mr. Wellborn asked you about data request 17. Do you recall that?
I do.
And he read for you the language of the request, which did say company, singular. The data that was provided in response to that, did it cover just Duke Energy Progress, or did it cover both Duke Energy Carolinas and Duke Energy Progress?
Based upon the plant names, it was unclear, which is why we asked the question about plant names. In the IRP that I got the plant names and unit types from, it covered, as I recall, both North and South Carolina. And so it was not clear to me in the response that there was a subset, because it seemed to cover essentially most, if not all, the names. To some extent, there was some match in the IRP that listed the entity, the cross jurisdiction plans.
And do you recall that the data request defined Duke Energy Progress, defined the company as including affiliates of Duke Energy Progress?
Yes, I do.
Do you consider Duke Energy Carolinas an affiliate of Duke Energy Progress?
Yes.
That's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Ebersbach. Anything else? Mr. Lander, thank you for your appearance here today and for your testimony. You may step down.
Thank you.
Is that all, Mr. Ebersbach? Anything else?
That's all. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Nucor Steel, I don't believe you have any witnesses today. Is that correct?
That's correct, Madam Chair.
Okay. Office of Regulatory Staff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. ORS would like to call its first witness, Anthony D. Berzino. who is already in the room ready to give his testimony. Mr. Brazino, will you please state your full name and occupation?
I haven't been sworn in yet.
Oh.
Mr. Brazino, if you would raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Huber, please proceed.
Mr. Brazino, will you please state your full name and occupation?
My name is Anthony D. Brazino. I am hired by the Office of Regulatory Staff as a senior auditor.
Are you the same Anthony D. Brazino who pre-filed 18 pages of direct testimony in this case on May 18th, 2020?
Yes, I am.
Do you have any changes or corrections to your pre-filed testimony?
No, I do not.
Madam Chair, ORS asked that the pre-filed direct testimony of Anthony Brazino be entered into the record of this case as if given orally from the stand.
Mr. Brazino's direct testimony will be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Mr. Brazino, did you also prepare 10 exhibits marked Audit Exhibit ADB1 through Exhibit ADB10, which were filed along with your pre-filed direct testimony?
Yes, I did.
Do you have any changes or edits to those exhibits?
No, I do not.
Madam Chair, ORS asked that Mr. Brazino's audit exhibits ADB1 through ADB10 be marked as a composite hearing exhibit and entered into the record as the next hearing exhibit.
Mr. Brazino's pre-filed exhibits denoted as audit exhibits ADB1 through ADB10 will be marked as a composite exhibit and identified as hearing exhibit number 10 and entered into the record of this case.
Thank you. Mr. Brazino, did you prepare a summary of your direct testimony?
Yes, I did.
Would you please present your summary for the Commission?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the Commission. The purpose of my direct testimony is to explain the scope of ORS's examination of Duke Energy Progress's books and records as they pertain to the company's operations of the fuel adjustment clause in the current filing and present the results of our examination. ORS examined and verified the monthly over and under recovery calculations, adjustments, and balances as recorded by the company for the 12-month review period that ended February 2020. My direct testimony also explains the 10 exhibits that I sponsored for this hearing. Based on our review, ORS agrees with the balances and the adjustments as put forth by the company for the 12-month review period that ended February 2020. This concludes my summary.
Madam Chair, Mr. Brazino is available for questions from the parties and the Commission.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Huber. I will start with CCL and SACE. Any questions?
No questions, Madam Chair.
Nucor Steel,
No questions, Madam Chair.
Duke Energy Progress.
No, Madam Chairman.
Commissioners, any questions of Mr. Brazino? Okay. Mr. Brazino, looks like you skated today. So thank you for your appearance and your testimony, and you may stand down.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Huber?
Madam Chair, will you please bear with us a moment while we bring the next witness into the room?
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. ORS next calls witness Brandon S. Bickley.
Mr. Bickley, would you raise your right hand to be sworn by the court reporter, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you solemnly affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Bickley, would you please state your name and occupation?
Yes, my name is Brandon S. Bickley. I'm employed by the South Carolina Office of Regulatory Staff as a regulatory analyst.
Are you the same Brandon S. Bickley who pre-filed 6 pages of direct testimony in this case on May 18, 2020?
Yes, I am.
Do you have any changes or corrections to your pre-filed testimony?
No, I do not.
Madam Chair, ORS asked that Mr. Bickley's direct testimony be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Mr. Bickley's direct testimony will be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Thank you. Mr. Bickley, did you also file 6 exhibits with your direct testimony marked as exhibits BSB1 through BSB6?
Yes, I did.
Do you have any changes or edits to those exhibits?
No, I do not.
Madam Chair, ORS asked that exhibits BSB1 through BSB6 filed with Mr. Bickley's pre-filed direct testimony be marked as the next hearing exhibit and entered into the record.
Mr. Bickley's exhibits included with his pre-filed testimony and those exhibits being shown as BSB1 through BSB6 will be entered in or identified as a composite exhibit and with hearing exhibit number 11 and will be entered into the record of the case. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bickley, did you prepare a summary of your pre-filed direct testimony?
Yes, I did.
Would you please share your summary with the Commission?
Yes. Good afternoon, Madam Chairman and members of the Commission. The purpose of my direct testimony is to set forth ORS's recommendations resulting from its examination and review of Duke Energy Progress's power plant operations used in the generation of electricity to meet the company's retail customer requirements during the review period. ORS examined various fuel and performance-related documents as part of its review. These documents address the company's electric generation and power plant outage and maintenance activities. In preparation for this proceeding, ORS analyzed the company's monthly fuel reports, including power plant performance data, unit outages, and generation statistics. ORS attended, via virtual participation, the Nuclear Regulatory Commission's 2019 annual assessment meetings for the Sharon Harris, Brunswick, and Robinson nuclear plants. ORS staff also attended a site visit at the Harris plant during the actual period. ORS met remotely with company personnel from various departments to discuss and review the company's electric generation, power plant outages, and maintenance activities. In addition, ORS monitored electric generation statistics through industry and governmental publications. Based on ORS's review, the company made reasonable efforts to maximize unit availability and minimize fuel costs. The company's maintenance schedules and projected performance data for its power plants were found to be reasonable. All coal, natural gas, and nuclear plant outages were reviewed and found to be reasonable by ORS. This concludes my summary.
Madam Chair, Mr. Bickley is available for questions from the parties or the Commission.
Thank you, Mr. Huber. We'll start with the interveners, CCL and SACE. Any questions for the witness?
No questions, Madam Chair.
Nucor Steel.
No questions, Madam Chair.
Duke Energy Progress.
No, Madam Chair.
Okay, we'll move on to commissioners. Commissioners, any questions for witness Bickley? Commissioners? Mr. Bickley, I have a question. I note on page 4 of your direct testimony, You discussed the average availability factor and average capacity factor during the actual period. Did you make any calculation of the net capacity factor for the review period?
Commissioner, thank you for the question. No, we looked at the average availability factor, the average capacity factor, and the average forced outage factor as part of our review. And that can be seen in my exhibit BSB-1.
Thank you very much. Mr. Huber, is there any redirect?
No, Madam Chair.
And Mr. Bickley, you may stand down. Thank you for your testimony and your appearance today.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Huber, you got another witness?
Yes, Madam Chair. Anthony M. Sandinato will be entering the room. Madam Chair, as I mentioned, ORS now calls Anthony M. Sandinato.
Thank you, Mr. Huber. Mr. Sandinato, would you raise your right hand and be sworn by the court reporter, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you solemnly affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Huber, you may proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Sandinato, will you please state your full name and occupation?
Yes, my name is Anthony Sandinato, and I'm employed by the Office of Regulatory Staff as a Senior Regulatory Manager.
Are you the same Anthony M. Sandinato who pre-filed 6 pages of direct testimony in this case on May 18, 2020?
Yes, I am.
Did you also prepare exhibits marked Exhibit AMS-1 through AMS-5, which were filed along with your pre-filed direct testimony?
Yes, I did.
Do you have any changes or corrections to your pre-filed testimony or exhibits?
No, I do not.
Madam Chair, ORS asked that the pre-filed direct testimony of Anthony Sandinato be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand, and that Mr. Sandinato's exhibits AMS-1 through AMS-5 be marked as a composite hearing exhibit and entered into the record as the next hearing exhibit.
Mr. Sandinato's pre-filed direct testimony will be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand. Mr. Sandinato's exhibits AMS-1 through AMS-5, which were pre-filed with his direct testimony, will be marked for identification as the next hearing exhibit, or as a composite hearing exhibit, and receive hearing exhibit number 12. And hearing exhibit number 12 will be entered into the record of this case. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Sandinato, did you prepare a summary of your direct testimony?
Yes, I did.
Would you please present your summary for the Commission?
Certainly. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the Commission. My testimony sets forth the ORS's findings and recommendations resulting from our examination of Duke Energy Progress's fuel expenses used in the generation of electricity to meet its South Carolina retail customer requirements. ORS examined various fuel-related documents as part of our review. These documents address the company's fuel, environmental, and purchase power expenses for the actual, estimated, and forecast periods. In preparation for this proceeding, ORS analyzed the company's monthly fuel reports, examined the company's contracts for nuclear fuel, coal, natural gas, fuel oil, transportation, and environmental reagents. ORS also evaluated the company's policies and procedures for fuel procurement. ORS met with company personnel on multiple occasions representing a variety of areas of expertise to discuss and review the company's fossil and nuclear fuel procurement, fuel transportation, environmental cost and compliance procedures, forecasting, and general company policies and procedures regarding fuel procurement. ORS reviewed the company's projected sales and analyzed them with regards to the projection from its last fuel proceeding and the actual sales from the actual period. ORS found the company's sales projections to be reasonable and in line with historical sales data. ORS reviewed the company's forecasted costs for nuclear fuel, coal, natural gas, fuel oil, transportation, and environmental reagents for the estimated and forecast periods. ORS compared the monthly projected costs to historical projections, actual data, and commodity prices from numerous industry publications. ORS found the company's forecasted costs to be reasonable. Should the Commission approve the rates as proposed by the company, the average monthly bill for a residential customer on rate RES using 1,000 kilowatt hours would decrease from $124.98 to approximately $120.87, a net decrease of $4.11, or 3.5%. This concludes my summary.
Madam Chair, Mr. Sandinato is now available for questions from the parties or the Commission.
Thank you, Mr. Huber. We'll start with CCL and Stace. Any questions?
No questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Nucor Steel.
No questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Duke Energy Progress.
Madam Chair, thank you.
Commissioners, any questions for Mr. Sandinato? Hearing none. Mr. Sandinato, thank you for your appearance and your testimony today. You may stand down.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Huber.
Yes, Madam Chair has one more witness. Oh, sorry, ORS has one more witness. Madam Chair, ORS calls witness Robert A. Lawyer.
Thank you, Mr. Huber. Mr. Lawyer, I ask that you raise your right hand to be sworn by the court reporter, please.
Mr. Lawyer, do you solemnly affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Lawyer, will you please state your full name and occupation?
My name is Robert A. Lawyer. I am the Deputy Director of Energy Efficiency and Renewables with the Office of Regulatory Staff.
Are you the same Robert A. Lawyer who pre-filed 6 pages of direct testimony and 1 exhibit labeled RAL-1, in this case on May 18th, 2020?
Yes, I am.
Do you have any changes or corrections to your pre-filed testimony or exhibits?
I do not.
Madam Chair, ORS asked that the pre-filed direct testimony of Robert Lawyer be entered into the record of this case and was given orally from the stand. Mr. Lawyer's exhibit RAL-1 be marked and entered into the record as the next composite hearing exhibit.
Mr. Lawyer's direct pre-filed testimony will be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand, and Mr. Lawyer's exhibit RAL-1 will be marked for identification as hearing exhibit 13 and entered into the record of this case. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Lawyer, did you prepare a summary of your direct testimony?
I did.
Would you please present your summary for the Commission?
Yes. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the Commission. The purpose of my testimony is to present ORS's review of Duke Energy Progress's Distributed Energy Resource Program expenses during the review period of March 2019 through June 2021. ORS reviewed the proposed annual Distributed Energy Resource Program charges of $12 for residential, $44 for commercial, and $1,200 for industrial customers. ORS finds that the company's Distributed Energy Resource Program expenses were reasonably incurred, and their calculations are in compliance with Act 236 and Commission orders. The company also updated the value of distributed energy resources in accordance with Commission Order 2015-194. This concludes my summary.
Madam Chair, Mr. Lawyer is now available for questions from the parties or the Commission.
Thank you, Mr. Huber. CCL SACE, any questions?
No questions, Madam Chair.
Nucor Steel?
No questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Duke Energy Progress, any questions?
No, Madam Chair, thank you.
Commissioners, any questions for Mr. Lawyer?
Madam Chair, lady.
Commissioner Irvin?
Mr. Lawyer, how are you this afternoon?
I'm doing very well. Hope you are too.
Yes, sir. If you would turn to page 5 of your direct testimony, please. Where you discuss the net energy metering distributed energy resource values. Let me know when you get there.
I'm there, sir.
All right, thank you. To what extent did ORS review the EMDER values? Could you give us some background, please?
Yes, sir. Well, we started with, as company witness Martin explained earlier this afternoon, from the avoided cost case last fall, the 2019-184 docket. Those approved rates that came out of that docket are the basis for this NEM value here. They updated it for this docket, and particularly based on that. ORS verified and had discussions with the company and find it to be reasonable.
In your opinion, do those proposed values adequately balance the benefits and the cost to the customer generation, as well as to the company?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Irvin. Commissioners, any other questions? Hearing none. Mr. Huber, any redirect?
No, Madam Chair.
Mr. Lawyer, thank you for your appearance and your testimony today. You may stand down.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, that concludes ORS's witnesses.
Thank you, Mr. Huber. Mr. Welborn.
Yes, ma'am.
Back to you. Do you have anything you want to add or proffer?
Just that we appreciate the Commission's time and attention during this hearing. I know it's been kind of a long day. We talked earlier about a post-hearing brief to address some of the reservations we have about the positions, analyses, and testimony offered by SACE and CCL. So we look forward to getting that in front of the Commission. Thanks again for the online. Yes, go ahead.
Let me stop you. You had indicated earlier that you may want to put somebody up as a proffer. That's what I was asking about.
Excuse me. No, Madam Chair, I think we covered enough ground during the substance of the hearing. Thank you for making that offer, though.
Okay. Now, I know we at least had one party that wished to make a short closing, and so Mr. Welborn, if you want to continue as part of that, that's well and good, or we can wait and discuss the post-hearing briefs and orders subsequent to closing.
Yes, ma'am. So if it pleases the Commission, just real quick, we just, again, appreciate the time and attention today, and we're happy to be in a position to propose rates, in this case, that will provide customers a rate decrease. And again, we'll plan to file a post-hearing brief in this proceeding that covers some of the issues that we discussed at the top of the hearing, and thank you again for your time. That's all.
Thank you, Mr. Welborn. Mr. Ebersbach or Ms. Hallman or Ms. Lee, do you have anything you would like to add or close with?
Sure, Madam Chair, this is Kurt Ebersbach again, and like Mr. Wellman, I'd like to thank the Commission for their attention today and for allowing us to present. And I'll just say very briefly, we'll save the finer points of our argument for our post-hearing brief. But I do just want to say that I think the Commission did the right thing last year when they ordered Duke Energy Carolinas to provide hourly and daily metered usage information. And the Commission's interest at that time was potential benefits to ratepayers from idle capacity sales. But I do want to say the other side of that equation is potential cost to ratepayers from any firm capacity increases that the company may propose down the line. And it appears from Mr. McClay's testimony that may indeed be the other shoe to drop, not in this proceeding, but in a future proceeding. And so that's why it's important to have this information. And you can perhaps understand our frustration when we simply ask for the data that the Commission ordered be collected, and then we're told that it really can't be relied on for purposes of testimony. Now, I don't think any of this is insurmountable. A lot of my questions today were trying to just get clarity on what the company has in so-called red rate form and what it doesn't. Some of it is on us in future proceedings to perhaps be clearer in exactly what we're seeking from the company. The company has indicated that it's making improvements to its data collection, all of which is to the good. So again, I'll reserve further comments for our briefs, but I did just want to stress that we weren't seeking anything unusual or outlandish or trying to dictate a company collects information. We were simply following up on the Commission's directive, which we think was a good one and which we think helps both parties like us and the Commission to make vital and important decisions that affect ratepayers' wallets. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ebersbach. Mr. Smith or Mr. Lavonga, anything from Nucor Steel?
No, ma'am. Nothing. Just want to thank you and the members of the Commission for the ability to do this virtually, and the entire PSC staff. I know that's not easy putting all this together, and I think it went well. So thank you all.
Mr. Huber, anything from ORS?
No, Madam Chair, and again, we also thank the Commission and the Commission staff for helping make this virtual hearing run as smoothly as possible in these unusual times. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to recognize our counsel, Mr. Stark, to talk about dates for proposed orders or briefs, please. Mr. Stark.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Parties, the first order of business, these are housekeeping matters predominantly. I'd like a proposed order date. How does the 17th sound to you?
Due progress can make that happen, Mr. Stark.
And any...
OS is fine with that.
So that, this is Kurt Ebersbach. That would be the same deadline for whether it's an order, proposed order, or a brief?
Yes, although I would seek to ask...
Right.
Okay. Yes, now with the permission of the chairman, yes, that could be substituted for a brief. Okay.
Do we know when the transcript will be available?
Ebersbach, this is Commissioner Belser. I would need for you to contact Ms. Jo Wheat directly, and if you'd copy all the parties, then she can respond to everyone at one time.
Okay, sure thing.
Okay. Anything else there?
Yes, Madam Chair. I typically review the evidentiary list. If you would like to do so, I will proceed.
I think that's always a good idea.
Thank you, ma'am. Parties, I have the following marked and entered into the record in this case. Hearing Exhibit number 1 is Mr. Houston's Exhibits 1 and 2. Hearing Exhibit 2 is Mr. Verderami's Exhibits 1 and 2. Hearing Exhibit 3 is Mr. McClay's Exhibit 1. Hearing Exhibit 4, I have Kelvin Henderson's Exhibits 1 through 2, 1 and 2. And as Hearing Exhibit 5, I have Mr. Henderson's confidential and public version, Exhibit 3, which will be held under seal. I have Mr. Martin's Exhibit 1 as Hearing Exhibit number 6. Hearing Exhibit number 7 is Harrington's Exhibits 1 through 14. Hearing Exhibit 8, I have Lander's Exhibit 1, 2, 3, 5, and the appendix to his direct testimony. As Hearing Exhibit 9, I have Lander's Exhibit, that'd be GML Exhibit 4, which includes a public and confidential version that will be held under seal. Hearing Exhibit 10, I have exhibits from Anthony DiBruzino, ABD 1 through ABD 10. Hearing Exhibit 11, I have Mr. Bickley's exhibits BSB 1 through BSB 6. Hearing Exhibit 12 of Anthony Sudonato's exhibits AMS 1 through AMS 5. And finally, as Hearing Exhibit number 13, I have Robert Lawyer's Exhibit RAL 1. Madam Chairman, that completes the list that I have.
Does anyone have any discrepancy with the list as presented by Mr. Stark? Okay, thank you. Anything else, Mr. Stark?
No, ma'am, I think those are the items that I had contemplated for consideration.
On behalf of the commission, I would like to thank all of the parties and witnesses for and attorneys for working with us as we go through these times. Each virtual hearing seems to present its own challenges, and today we had a few glitches, and I just thank you for your patience with us as we work through those. Also, thank you for your patience with me as a neophyte person sitting in the chairman's chair. So thank you for that as well. And if there's nothing further to come before the commission, and if there is, you better speak up quick. Anything? Then we'll close this hearing, and we'll be making a decision and notifying you of that in our commission meeting. Again, thank you for your participation and all your courtesies to us and to each other. Thank you.